Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's Raleigh City Council meeting. We're going to start today with our consent agenda. One item has been pulled, and that is related to push carts. If I could have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Councilmember Branch, and then seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Okay. This was pulled by Councilmember Melton.
Thank you. I pulled this item because I'd like a little more information from staff about, I guess, the reasoning behind the proposed change, and as well as how these proposed changes compared to our peer cities. There was reference to that in the agenda item, but there's no material in the backup besides the draft ordinance. And then also, I know that someone has signed up during public speak about this proposed change, and I'd like to give that person need to be heard before we vote. So I would just ask that we hold this until after public comment so we can hear from staff and the person who signed up to speak.
Is anybody here from staff prepared to speak to this issue?
Yes, Mayor. We have Whitney Schoenfield from the Office of Emergency Management and Special Events.
Okay, why don't we do that now then?
So good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. So this recommendation stems from the Glenwood South work session that we had in September, and it's really one of the ways that we're trying to alleviate sidewalk congestion. We're trying to reduce noise and also reducing the crowds gathering after the bars close. A lot of the peer cities we have looked at, they are closed or they end push carts earlier than 2 a.m. Some don't allow push carts in their high traffic volume areas at all, and we can certainly share those specific cities with you. But we have done the benchmarking to help support this initiative. I think there may have been a question about how many push carts we have as well, and currently there are 35 push cart locations permitted within Raleigh. All of those are in downtown Raleigh, and then 11 of those are specifically within Glenwood South. And I also have Lieutenant Bone with the Raleigh Police Department here who can also help address some of these concerns, as the police department does help support this initiative to alleviate crowd congestion on the sidewalks.
Good afternoon. As you all know, 2 o'clock in the morning is when the bars in Glenwood South close down. The music stops and the alcohol stops flowing, and the crowds move from inside the clubs to the streets. At this time, we bring extra police officers onto the streets due to the crowds and the traffic. That time we start a egress plan with blocking certain streets off so the pedestrians can come out of the clubs. However, at this time, the crowd is in no rush to move on. At this time, the crowd is very loud and it lingers. They're likely to hang out, talk, exchange phone numbers, do what they need to do to keep the party going. And at this point, a whole night's worth of alcohol consumption can bring about some very poor decisions. This is the time of the night where well too many times we have seen verbal arguments escalate to shoving matches into large-scale fights. This is not a new phenomenon, as the Raleigh Police Department has sent numerous officers at 2 o'clock in the morning to Glenwood South for years now. With this in mind, the officers patrolling Glenwood South do their best to maintain this traffic and crowd control, urging the patrons to please move on to the next portion of their evening to get into their Ubers or their ride shares, or get up with their designated drivers and move on. However, there are certain elements that will maintain the crowds. There are certain elements that will keep them in place, and the food carts are one of them. Instead of moving on to the next place, they're forming long lines to get hot dogs or whatever food they want. Therefore, anything that entices the crowd to linger and prevents a quick and safe egress from this area is detrimental to the police department's efforts to keep this area safe. I agree that the carts are a welcome attraction to Glenwood South. However, the crowds that line up after 2 o'clock in the morning to get a hot dog, it just promotes an atmosphere where the Glenwood South experience is continuing well after the bars are closed. If there's anything from the council.
Councilmember Melton?
But like I said, I'd also like to hear from the member of the public who signed up. I think it may be a pushcart operator. Here's my concern. We just heard from staff that there are 30 pushcart permits in downtown. Only 11 of them are on Glenwood South. As I said during the Glenwood South work session, I certainly want to address the very legitimate concerns that are occurring there. Measured approach. And I'm not sure that this change is exactly a measured approach, given the fact that only a third of them are located on Glenwood South. The other issue I have is I want to make sure we're thinking through any unintended negative consequences. Hearing that long lines are forming at these makes me think that, one, that these small business owners who operate the carts probably make a great deal of their money after bars close, and two, there seems to be a demand for food after 2 a.m. And where are those people go if those push carts are not there? I'm not saying it should stay 3 a.m. I'm not sure if the answer is 1:15 a.m. I think it's worth a deeper look. You know, I chair the Economic Development Innovation Committee. For a whole year, we've talked about the public realm, access to food, mobile retail, supporting small businesses. And now we've got an issue that is a small business operating in the public realm, mobile retail, providing access to food. And I just think it's worth a deeper look rather than a consent item agenda. So again, I'd like to hold it till we hear from the public, but I would be in support of sending this to EDI for a deeper look.
Councilmember Fort?
Madam Mayor, what I will say is that because this issue is in my district, it was brought to my attention, earlier in the year by folks in the community. What has transpired since then, me, you, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart have had opportunities to talk to not only the members of the community, but we've also had opportunity to talk to the business community on Glenwood South. Additionally, staff, including Chief Patterson and the Raleigh Police Department, have been very aggressive in terms of trying to, bring this situation under control. The consensus that I've heard from community members, business leaders in that corridor, as well as our staff at RPD, is this is a tool that can be utilized by RPD to bring, that particular area under control and to avoid the additional, issues as relates to folks filling out outside of the bars and lingering in the area, causing a lot of noise, and then, filtering into communities, after 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So it would be my motion to go ahead and approve the text change as it is written. Again, we've heard from staff that this is something very similar that other municipalities that allow the push carts or food carts have utilized in terms of making sure the noise is reduced at a reasonable hour. So that would be my motion.
Hey, I'm going to make a suggestion. Could we hear from the pushcart vendor before we move on this? And let's move this to the end of special items so we can address that later today. I know from talking with some of the police and the chief, this is a tension point in time, and there's fear that this is when safety issues could occur. Having chaired the committee when these rules were originally made, I will tell you that one of the reasons we kept these open till 3 o'clock was so people could get food, so they wouldn't just get in their cars and drive somewhere. It was seen as a different type of safety measure, but at the same time, that was before Uber, Lyft, rideshare, whatnot. That's how long these rules have been in effect. So I'm trying to respect Councilmember Melton's wish to hear from the food truck vendor, the pushcart vendor, before we vote. So let's just move this back to special items, and we'll see what transpires during public comment, and then go from there. Is that okay with everyone? I'm not getting any feedback.
Yeah, I think
what
that's
I
fine
asked
as
for,
long as we vote on it today.
Okay. All right. We'll put this in at the end of special items. Thank you. All right. Next, we have public comment. Want to remind everybody about the rules of decorum. And each person will receive 3 minutes. And please, as we've said, be kind. First, we have Ross Yeager.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Thanks so much for taking the time to listen to me. This is going to be my last presentation to y'all. I've really enjoyed our 6 minutes together over the last 2 months. But next slide, please. I'm the guy with the dog that picks up around Glenwood South. And this is the little area, Tucker, Harrington, North and West. Next slide, please. And so this is just a typical day of trash we get. And there's tinfoil in there for some of those push carts, by the way. Anyway, this is just a typical day. Next slide, please. And as you may recall, my idea was to put more trash receptacles around the area. And I'm super happy to report that Jen Baker has reached out to me. And so I'm just delighted to be working with the city. Next slide, please. So that's sort of the what I was doing, but I never kind of explained why I was doing all this. So I just wanted to take a minute and explain that. Next slide, please. So it's not for the money, even though I did find this dollar bill one time on Harrington. Next slide. And it's not for the food, even though, you know, being close to Publix, you find some amazing stuff on West and Peace. Next slide, please. But more importantly, I wanted to let you guys know, it's not because I think the city does a bad job. I think the city does a great job, but I think that every citizen needs to play a role as well. Next slide. And so that's really the beginning of the why. You know, when I moved down here from Wake Forest, I didn't anticipate that I would be picking up trash around my community, but you know, that's what was needed. And as a citizen of the community, I feel like everybody has a role to play. I could have just called and complained to the city, but I didn't think that would be a very productive strategy. So I just started picking up trash, and I had some words of encouragement once from a nice older woman that came up and just gave me a hug and just said, you know, I've been watching you outside my window every day pick up trash, and what you're doing is a good thing. And I kind of knew I was doing a good thing, but it was nice to hear that from somebody. So that really became part of the why I did it, because I felt like I was making a difference and people cared. Next slide, please. And then I saw this. Now, this is just a plain, ordinary white trash can by a food truck. I promise you that that trash can was not there several weeks ago. They just put that there. And so it reminds me that if you go out and you do the right thing for long enough, people will notice and they'll find a way to contribute to what you're doing. So I'm delighted to be working, next slide please, with the city. Betty and I are going to continue to get out there and pick up trash in the morning around Smoky Hollow. You know, coming down from Wake Forest every day to home, I really see that area as the gateway to the city. And I really, really want that to become known as the cleanest part of the city. So we're going to keep after it. It's going to take us, the city, private businesses like Munjo, who's joined us today, and West Dog, and others, and organizations like the Glenwood South Neighborhood Collaborative and the Downtown Raleigh Alliance. I've had conversation with all these folks. So this has actually been a really great experience, and the city's been a part of that. And I want to thank you for that and just pledge my continued support for keeping that area clean. Thank you.
Ross, I want to thank you and Betty for identifying a problem, but also coming forward with a solution and being part of the solution. That is amazing and much appreciated. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have Peter Van Dorsten.
Yes, hi. Thanks for giving me the time to talk to you today. I'm a constituent of Patrick Buffkins, and he and I have talked about this already. Can I have the next? This is about, just to give you all a perspective on Millbrook Exchange Pool. So I'm retired. I've been a resident since 1991. This is my neighborhood pool. I walk there typically 3 mornings a week because I can't run anymore. So this is how I get my exercise. And when I swim, I notice there are a lot of other people like me, retirees, also people taking water exercise classes or children in classes learning to swim. Next slide. So all of a sudden, the pool was closed weekdays until 2 p.m. And when I inquired about why, I was told that, well, we just can't hire enough lifeguards because we only pay $9 an hour. So, and that most of the people that they rely on at the pool for lifeguards are college students who obviously have opportunities at a higher wage. So it's been weeks now and there's no change, and I'm told that this will continue at least until the end of the year. So I don't think labor market conditions are news to anybody on the council. So I'm here to encourage you to take action quickly. Could I have the next slide, please? The other thing that happens is the swim teams start taking over the pool at 2:45. So this is a highly utilized resource in the afternoon. And therefore the adult swim lanes are fewer. And in talking to the manager at the pool, he's telling me they have been turning people away who want to use the pool because there's just not enough lanes in the afternoon. Next slide, please. So we have an underutilized resource, and who does this hurt? So people who swim in the mornings, especially people who swim before work, now have to drive over to Optimus Pool. Seniors and others who require low-impact aerobic workouts can't now do that in the morning, at least not at this pool. And the same thing applies to anyone learning how to swim. And yet the city's still paying for maintenance and heating a pool that's now unused much of the day. Can I go to the next slide, please? So here's my request. Please raise wages for lifeguards now. I'd be glad to pay more in usage fees. And of course, I believe that there is a financial assistance for those who can't afford those fees, which I think obviously should continue. But in addition, there are other things you could do. I mean, this is a technology city. We ought to be using technology. There are other things like we could allow adults to swim at their own risk by signing a waiver of liability, which I'm sure your lawyers will love, but it can be done, right? I mean, people jump off bridges all day long. And that would be especially appropriate, I think, for early in the morning. So you'd require less staff to man that front desk. Also, we could have, I entered buildings for decades with a card. I don't know why you couldn't do something like that. Right now, somebody sits at the desk.
Mr. Van Dorsten,
Yes.
your 3 minutes are up.
Oh, well, I'm almost done. So the last chart here is just some reference information for you all on wages.
Sir, I'm sorry, the 3 minutes are the timeline, and if I let you take more time, then I have to let everybody take more time going forward. So
thank you for your time.
Councilmember Buffkin has his hand raised. So let's see what your counselor has to say.
Thank you, Mayor. And Peter, thanks for being with us today. I'd like the city manager to take a look at this and include it in an upcoming issue of the manager's report and give us some consideration of Peter's request. And also, if you could, manager, please let us know if maybe the Parks Board could help us out with some longer term solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Van Dorsten, for bringing this to our attention. And we'll get a report from the city manager.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Amar Jawad.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amar Jawad. My address is 516 Carriageway Circle in Cary, North Carolina 27513. I'm also a president of Taste of New York Incorporated, located at 1411 Dix Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina 27603. I would like to start by pointing out that we have been in business for many years, and we renew our permits annually as required. We renewed our permits in 2020, even though we were closed because of the pandemic from March of 2020 to early June of 2021. This long period of complete shutdown put a financial burden on our business, as you might expect. Therefore, it will take many years to repay these disaster relief loans, which we requested to stay afloat and not lose our small business permanently, like many other businesses have suffered. During many years of doing business under the guidance and supervision of the City of Raleigh and Wake County Department of Health and Environmental Services, we have never been the cause of any problem. On the contrary, we have worked as hard as we could possibly work to accommodate the request of the city employees to reduce congestion. For example, one of our permitted spots was right at the corner of Glenwood Avenue on Tucker Street. We were asked to move south on Glenwood for about 25 feet, which definitely affected our business. But when asked, we did not hesitate to move because our location was close to the crosswalk and could possibly cause some congestion. We moved when asked because we want to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Our current allowable hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 3 a.m. 7 days a week, but we only operate from around 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. on weekends. Our hard-working operators choose to stay in the cold weather from 10 p.m. to about 1:30 in the morning without doing much in sales so that they can be seen by patrons going to clubs and other venues on Glenwood Avenue who expect to leave around 1:30 to 2 in the morning and get some food before they go home. Asking us to close at 1:15 would literally kill our business because that's when we start serving customers. The current congestion is not caused by vendors on the street. A big part of the congestion is because the taxis and other rideshare services cannot get to their customers departing after clubs close at 2 in the morning, and people have to wait for their ride. While waiting, they may get something to eat, but they're not there solely because of our presence. I invite any of the respected council members to come out on a weekend night after 2 a.m. and see that the sidewalks are full with people waiting on rides, talking, hanging out, and they will continue to do that even if we weren't there. Unfortunately, we cannot stop, or no one can stop some people from driving while impaired. But when they stop to eat something before they get behind the wheel or walk on the street, this may help sober them up and hopefully make it home safely. We ask our respected city council to please take into consideration that any change of the hours of operation would permanently and instantly kill our business and cause many of us to lose our income, which we are counting on to wake from the pandemic crisis and provide for our families. We do not want to be a burden, but we do need to survive. By providing food, maybe in a small way, we can be preventive. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions? Okay. Next, we have Lisa Butler.
Yes, ma'am. I'm also in reference to the 1:15 curfew for push carts. We're a local business. We've been operating in downtown Raleigh for around 20 plus years. To cut the hours would also cut our business if you move it from, because most of our business comes, as the guy before us said, it comes between 1:30 and 2:15 a.m. after the clubs close. We're really not the problem with the foot traffic and the congestion because we're already allowed to give them 7 foot of walk space already on Glenwood Avenue. We have our requirements, and to take our business away will force us to suffer in income for us and for our workers. It seems the push carts are always the subject of conversation and the rules are always constantly changing, and we're being blamed for a lot of stuff. The people they get their food, they want to eat before they go home or get in their cars and to sober up a little bit. This gives them time to do this. You said there's like 11 carts, but not all 11 carts are out on Glenwood Avenue. They don't all work every weekend at the same time. Our business is only on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or like the weekends. So to end it at 11:50 or 1:15, it's going to really cut our business and cause it to almost come to next to nothing. We're out there in the rain, we're out there in the snow, we're in the cold, we're in the heat. And we get out there about 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10, just so people can see us, to be able to save some money after the clubs close to come buy from us. We depend on this money for a living, and this is what we've done for many, many years. Even the restaurants, y'all special places for scooters, y'all make special plants come. Hey, they are delivered off the street. To us, they say, "Oh, can you move a certain amount?" We move. We try to help the problem. And
Okay, ma'am, we're having a hard time hearing you. There's a lot of static in between.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it was, what part did you not hear? I mean,
Well, it's hard to say because I'm not sure what you were saying. I'm
all
sorry.
right, I was also talking in reference to the push carts. We've been in business for over 20 years doing push cart vending in downtown Raleigh.
Right, we heard all of that. It was just the most recent piece.
Okay, I was like, y'all have designated spots, for the scooters. You have restaurants that not only get the sidewalk, they have designated parking spaces. I mean, we're not the congestion because we're already allowed for 7 foot. I mean, if, the people want to eat, they want to go home. By us feeding them, it helps them sober up a little bit. Maybe if they stand an extra 30 minutes on the street, we're already required to be off the street by 3 o'clock already.
Yep, ma'am, I gave you some extra time to speak because I couldn't hear everything you were saying. I do have a question for you. You mentioned you've been working downtown for 20 years. What parts of downtown?
We're located on Glenwood Avenue. We're located on Federal Street. We're located on Jones Street, on Hargett, on Tucker. We have 14 spots downtown, and we operate several carts. We have the Science Museum. We have Hargett by Marbles. Like I said, we have spots everywhere, but because a lot of places are closed, and with COVID, we didn't work for a year. So to cut the business, by 1:15, you're killing our business because this is our busy time on the weekend and the nights. This is what we depend on to survive.
So let me ask you this. Do you currently operate at the other locations outside of Glenwood Avenue?
We operate in daytime, not in the night. Nighttime is only on Glenwood, and it's only on the weekend.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do we have any other questions from the council members? Okay, Ms. Butler, thank you for being with us today. Next, we're going to go to Christina Jones.
$8,005 Finland Drive. We left off last time with me asking the question, where is the space for residents' voices? After thinking about it, I came up with appointed boards and commissions. Council handpicks individuals who they would like to advise them in city affairs. And I want to describe to you what being on a board and a task force has been like for me. One, franchised, I knew that it was important for me to learn as much as I could about the city. I'd already taken Raleigh Neighborhood College and Citizens Leadership Academy. So the next step was to join a board. After joining a District E Zoom meeting, I heard about the Parks Board having a vacancy and decided to apply. Serving on this board has been an amazing experience, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to learn. I appreciate getting to know staff and knowing that they will take the time necessary to make sure I understand what we're discussing. Being on a task force was a much different experience. We had no staff support, which led to inconsistent meeting times that forced some people to resign. There was no connection to council, so we were unclear how anything we talked about was ever going to make it to your ears. And the biggest frustration for me was the lack of guidance. We had no idea what success looked like to you. This left us to feel defeated. We didn't know the goal, we had no rules, and so we dissolved. Be open and honest about what you need from residents so that we can help support you in your efforts. We elected you to represent us, but how can that happen without communicating with us? I've seen and attended the sporadic town hall meetings each district has held, but I'm interested in learning how at-large councilors and the mayor do outreach to our communities. As I've said many times in our last year together, engagement does not happen without back and forth conversation. You are changing the rules and hoping no one notices. I see you. Help me understand your vision. And quickly, a side note, I chair the Parks Committee on the Parks Board, and we are currently talking with staff about increasing fees to help increase wages. That will not be the only solution, since during the recession, the city stopped looking to be competitive in wages for part-time positions like lifeguard. We're scheduled to vote as a board on this proposal in February. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Doug Johnston.
Hello, this is Doug Johnston, 120 Forest Road. Next slide, please. Dix Park is, fortunately, 2 parks in 1. Show me the next slide, please. It's a pastoral, picturesque park and divided by a railroad track, a cultural and historical part. Next slide, please. No slideshow would be appropriate without one of the many magnificent views from the park to the downtown. Next slide, please. There are many of these spots. This is the big field. And they all serve in companion with the part of the park that's more built up, providing opportunities for addressing problems that might arise in either area by essentially having one part of the park that is largely necessitates vehicles and parking, and another part of the park that is best without them. Next slide, please. This is Lake Wheeler Road, and the parks has the wonderful advantage of having a number of park roads really around them. Depending on the scale of how you look at the park, there are 3 principal roads around Dix Park: Western Boulevard, Lake Wheeler Road, and a combination of Barber and Briggs. But on a larger, wider scale, in the what I call the park actuated zone of development, which is also essential to the park, it's surrounded really by I-40, Saunders and McDowell, Avon Ferry Road, and Hillsborough Street. And all of these are part of the mobility skeleton around the park. These 2 points, 2 parks in 1, and this wider mobility situation, I should say, will provide a lot of opportunity for expressing the potential of the park, as well as addressing some of the things that might diminish the park's success. And I'll be sending information about that later. But I wanted you to have these 2 concepts in mind. Thanks again. I'm super happy with the great response and communication I get with city council members throughout, as well as from the city staff. Raleigh is an amazing place to live. Thanks for your setting the tempo for that.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate your passion for Dix Park. Okay, next, we are going to go to the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ken Bowers with Planning and Development. Joined today with PC Chairperson Roberta Fox in case there's any questions directed towards the Commission. So we'll start the report with a review of what's currently calendared for your public hearing in December. And there's 3 items: petition annexation, text changes for tiny houses, and then a zoning case on Whitfield Road. We're proposing to add 6 additional items to this public hearing, which would bring the total to 9. So all of these are being recommended for the December 7th public hearing. All of them received unanimous recommendations to approve from the Planning Commission, and at the Planning Commission meeting, there was no one from the public signed up to speak in opposition to any of the items. So the first item is TC 1421. This is a text change that would modify the existing use standards for the use category of breweries, wineries, distilleries, and cideries, and expand where those uses be allowed by allowing them a limited use in the CX district. The use limitations would include such things as requiring that there be an on-site tasting room or retail use, and the amount that could be produced. So this is intended more for amenity value as opposed to large-scale industrial production. TCZ 421 is out in the Briar Creek area, with our border with Durham County, and it's a change to zoning conditions to allow some more residential use and some additional uses in an area out ACC Boulevard and TW Alexander Drive. Again, this was unanimous recommendation for approval from the Commission. C3021 is located on Creedmoor Road, across from near Jeffreys Grove School. This is an area that's seen a number of similar rezonings for office use, and that's the primary proposed use here, but it's going from R4 to CX3, parking limited with conditions. Z4421 is a larger tract out in southeast Raleigh, nearly 32 acres being zoned from R4 to R10 conditional use. This is north of Battle Bridge Road, and Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. Buffalo Road and Kyle Drive, this is an area that has seen, saw a lot of rezoning activity in the late aughts. You can see there's a very complex pattern of districts here that dates from that time that doesn't have any particular relationship to the existing parcel boundaries. The proposed zoning would normalize some of this and basically reorder and change the extent of the districts, but the redistricts would mostly stay the same. This again received a unanimous vote to approve, and then the last item for your consideration is out Forestville Road and Taylor Oaks Drive, around 4 acres to be rezoned from R4 to R6 with conditions. And again, a unanimous recommendation to approve. Would be happy to answer any questions about any of these cases.
Okay, do we have any questions of staff? Okay, all of these items are being recommended for December 7th hearing date. Do I have any objections to any of these moving? Because I was going to save time, I was just going to make one motion or ask for one motion to move all of these to December 7th, unless there's somebody who wants to hold one of these. Okay, could I have a motion to move these to December 7th? Councilmember Melton has made the motion. Do I have a second? Councilmember Branch has seconded. All in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, next we are going to special items. The first is rezoning Z2821 Watkinstown Road.
Yes, ma'am. You had this on your last agenda as a item on the report from the Planning Commission. We were waiting for necessary signatures so that you could act to set the public hearing. We have those in hand, and we are recommending that December 7 public hearing date as well.
Okay. We could take down. Are there any questions of Bynum? Councilmember Cox?
No questions, but I'm happy to move that we set the date for December 7th.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Branch has seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. The second item is rezoning Z4021 Lewisburg Road.
Yes, ma'am. This came out of report of Planning Commission at the 2nd October meeting, was held for some revisions to conditions at the last 2 meetings. The applicant has submitted some revised conditions in advance of this meeting. So they are making some specifications about plantings in the power line easement along Lewisburg Road, making a requirement about notification of development of the greenway easement, and also requiring electric charging stations for 4 vehicles. So the changes to 4 and 6 happened in advance of the first meeting this month, and number 7 was added as a result of conversation during the last meeting. And so this could be scheduled for public hearing within the requirements of the UDO, either at the December 7 meeting or the January 4 meeting. And that really is up to you. There is room. It will be a full agenda on the 7th. And you also have had, I believe, a written request from a member of the community. I believe the Wake County Audubon Society has asked for deferral to the January public hearing date. So council discretion there about how you would like to proceed.
Yeah, how many meetings were held with the community on this?
So this would have included a preliminary neighborhood meeting. I believe there was also a second neighborhood meeting for this. I'm just going to pull up the staff report real quick and make sure I'm getting this right. Yes, there was a second neighborhood meeting, and then this appeared at Planning Commission on October 12th.
And how many PC meetings?
I'm sorry?
How many Planning Commission meetings were held on this?
Just the one, that October 12th meeting.
Okay, and it was approved 8-0.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, does anybody have any questions of Bynum? Councilmember Cox?
I don't have any questions, but there's a lot of interest in this case. We have received at least 80 emails regarding this case, and the Audubon Society has requested that we hold it January 4th. And so I would move to set a hearing date of January 4th.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Stewart had her hand up previously with Councilmember Cox, and he had his hand up first, so I called on him first. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you. So I just want to remind everyone in council, we had this last meeting to schedule, and there was a request at that time to hold it and schedule it for December. And so I think at this point, it's prudent that we go ahead and schedule this hearing for December. My understanding is that Wake Audubon has a meeting with the applicant this week, and so there'll be time for them to discuss the case together. I also understand that they were at the community meeting that was back in August. And so I would like to go ahead and see this be scheduled for the December meeting. I know we've got a packed meeting, but that's what happens because we only have one meeting in December. So I'm happy to have Councilmember Cox's motion go forward, but I'm very interested in hearing this in December and not waiting until January.
Okay. Councilmember Cox.
One of my reasons for holding it in January is because of the large interest in this case and because of the packed schedule that we have for December. And I really do not want this to be rushed. It does impact Horseshoe Farm Park, which is adjacent to this property. There's a lot of concern about that. And I think a proper public hearing requires a little bit of time and preparation. And so the Audubon Society, I haven't heard from them if they're meeting with the applicant this week, but I think, you know, we're really rushing things when we try to push it through on December 7th with the full agenda. So I do respectfully ask that we hold this until January 4th.
I'll second Councilmember Cox's motion.
Okay, there's the motion from Councilmember Cox, second by Councilmember Fort. All in favor? Those opposed? Councilmember Knight, I don't know where you are.
No, but I'll vote no.
Okay, so we have a tie vote 4-4. We'd like to make another motion. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you. I'd like to move that we hold this hearing on December 7th.
Do we have a second? This is going to be a long meeting, folks. I'm going to ask again, do we have a second? I will second the motion. All in favor? One, two, three, four, five, I believe. Those opposed? Okay, Councilmember Cox and Fort opposed. The remainder in favor, clerk. So this will be heard December 7th. I want to ask everybody to please give your full attention to the meeting, and when there is motions being made, please participate so we can move this, our city business along. Thank you. All right, next we have a report on the Midtown to Downtown shuttle.
Good afternoon. I'm David Eatman with the Transportation Department's Transit Division. Today we're going to talk about a potential new route, the Midtown Express. So very quickly, there will be a short presentation, but we'll talk about the service request, proposed routing, existing services to Midtown, planned services to Midtown, and then some potential actions by council. So this special item is coming back to council. It was brought up by the Midtown Alliance at an earlier council meeting. They had requested service to Midtown. Downtown hotels regularly sell out during conventions, and many of the hotels in Midtown actually carry that extra capacity. So there was the need for, or they requested service for these hotels to provide visitors service to downtown. So staff looked at that request and came up with a basic express route service. The particular service that we're looking at today is a fairly high level of service. It is 7 days a week, but it does serve the Raleigh Convention Center. It does stop at the actually the museums in downtown as well. So you think about a couple of stops downtown, as well as continuing out to Midtown, but also serving the hotels on St. Albans and in the St. Albans area there, right off of Wake Forest Road. The service frequency for this route is actually 30 minutes hourly, so twice an hour. And it is, again, Monday through Sunday, 7 days a week. The approximate cost for this level of service is a little over $700,000 annually. The vehicles for this service have not been identified, but we could begin a pilot service with our existing contingency fleet for Go Raleigh. So what are the existing services serving Midtown today? We do have our Route 2, Falls of Noose, our Wake Forest Road route. It does serve Wake Forest Road and Duke Raleigh Hospital. That route does provide 30-minute service all day on the Wake Forest Road corridor. We also have Route 8, Six Forks, which serves Midtown directly, and it is actually 30-minute service during the peak hour, but it does fall off to hourly service during the off-peak. When we think about the Wake Transit Plan, so the Wake Transit Plan does have some services planned for the Midtown area. It would actually revamp the Route 8, and so that would become a high-frequency service from downtown. The current routing from Route 8 in the Wake Plan would change and align more along the line of the route that we identified from downtown directly out to St. Albans as well as Midtown. And that service would actually begin, it is scheduled for calendar year 2025. An exact date has not been set, but it is programmed for calendar year 2025 implementation. Just want to make sure that council is aware of an existing initiative within the Wake Transit Plan, but a new initiative as far as a planning study. We are looking or kicking off an MIS or major investment study really for the Midtown area as well as all the way out to Triangle Town Center at 540. This major investment study will really look at how will BRT interact with Midtown as well as Capitol Boulevard out to 540 as we move through the Wake Transit Plan. This plan will take about 12 to 18 months to complete. We will be kicking this off in hopefully the first month or two of next calendar year, so not far away at all. And the plan is funded with a combination of funds from the Wake Transit Plan and the Federal Transit Administration. So as we think about a pilot service for a new service to Midtown, a couple of things to think about, again, are vehicle availability. So we do have contingency vehicles that could provide a pilot service, but again, that does limit our type of vehicle to what we currently have with Go Raleigh. So that's one of the limitations. Some of the things that we think about or thought about as we developed a service is this type of service also lends itself to thinking about large group trips. If you have a convention, many people are trying to go to a single destination at the same time, so that can be challenging. So we tried to tailor the service for, thinking about all of those different variables. So a couple of potential actions that are out there, council could certainly tell staff to look at a pilot for a dedicated express route from downtown to Midtown via St. Albans. We could also look at doing a pilot for a local route. This would just really be kickstarting the Wake Transit Plan a little early, understanding that the 15-minute headways or high-frequency service would kick in 2025 as long as the financial model stays healthy with the Wake Transit Plan. 2025 calendar year would be that implementation date. Or we could obviously hold the item for further study and review or some other type of service that may be identified by council. Again, I would think that all of these would be some form of a pilot. We would want to see exactly how these services performed and how we might be able to maximize those if they didn't meet our expectations immediately. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Hey, I have several questions, but Councilmember Melton and then Cox. Councilmember Melton, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. I'm going to go to Councilmember Cox, and let's see if we can figure out what's happening with Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested in the slide entitled Wake BRT Northern Corridor. And I was wondering if you could provide some more information about how concrete this is. You say a time frame of 12 to 18 months. Is that to do a study beginning now?
Yes, sir, that is correct. That MIS study, we have selected HDR as the firm that would conduct the study or complete that study for the city of Raleigh. We are looking at bringing that recommendation to council sometime early next calendar year. We are still finalizing the scope. Obviously, all of that is contingent upon us being able to finalize that scope with HDR, so I don't want to get ahead of myself there. But we certainly think that that is certainly achievable, and we look forward to bringing that MIS study forward early next year for council to kick that off.
And when do you think that we would actually be able to see some implementation following the study?
So the Northern Corridor, as it exists today within the Wake Transit Plan, does have funds set aside from downtown to approximately Crabtree Boulevard on Capitol Boulevard. Obviously, that falls well short of what we think of as the needs whether that's Midtown or whether that's Capitol Boulevard out to 540. And we recognize that. Again, through 2030, there are some funds available, but really that's what the study will help us do. We'll figure out how we may be able to advance the northern corridor, but how can that also be phased, understanding that there's many origins and destinations along multiple corridors that need consideration. So that's going to be really the purpose of the study. I don't think we're looking at a one and done project. You're probably looking at several projects that will be implemented over time.
Okay.
And obviously
I mean,
that's just my opinion.
yeah, my concern is always goes back to equity. I've been looking at the census data, and the voting precinct that has the largest minority population in the city of Raleigh is actually at Triangle Town Center. And it just seems to me that, the Midtown Raleigh Alliance says we need to have dedicated bus service from their hotels to downtown. And they say jump, and we say how high. And yet we study and delay getting bus service out to Triangle Town Center, where there has been an enormous development of apartments out there, and there's been frankly a very large growth in the minority population out there and all along Capitol Boulevard, but we don't seem to be giving that priority. And so I do hope that we give priority to this study and that we begin to implement bus service, which is needed on this important transit corridor.
Councilmember Melton?
Please say you can hear me now.
We
Okay.
can hear you now.
I have all sorts of tech issues today. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that I support the express route option, and I have a question about the hours of operation. If we had an estimate, perhaps increasing them on Friday and Saturday. I understand that part of the reason for this request is a lot with our conventions and our hotels. We don't have enough hotels downtown, and a lot of folks are staying out in Midtown, need to get to the convention center, to the Performing Arts Center, to Red Hat, and also, folks may want to go for dinner to Midtown or to downtown. So I think this is a great pilot idea, and I'm just wondering if we'd have the opportunity to expand the hours on the Friday and Saturday a bit to provide more access and use. But I support it either way.
If I could provide clarification, just I probably should have said this earlier in the presentation or made it more clear. All of those or both of those options, staff would need to go back and identify appropriate funding. Again, if we're looking at service levels beyond what we're proposing, that would be part of that exercise.
I have a follow-up question. Is this, when you did the calculations on this, were you looking at service every day of the week?
That is correct. So this is 14 hours of service per day, every 30 minutes, 7 days a week.
Was there any discussion about potentially doing something during peak hours when there, we have conferences here, not perhaps Thursday through, I don't know, Sunday?
So obviously we can look at scaling that back to just weekends and those days of the week that are approaching weekends. With our initial discussions, we thought that the 7-day-a-week was the preferred alternative. But again, we can check with the convention center as well as with the Midtown Alliance and see if there might be a way to better target that service into something that might be weekends or, again, that Thursday, Friday as you approach the weekend of Saturday and Sunday.
Right. I have several questions. So are there any additional questions before I jump in? Councilmember Branch?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just need some clarity. Councilman Cox, she made a comment about the voting precinct and the people service. I know Go Triangle has service there, but can you repeat the comment that you made? Because I'm trying to understand.
Yes, according to the census data, the voting precinct that includes Triangle Town Center has the largest minority population in the city of Raleigh of all the voting precincts. So there is a growing minority population in District B. That's why there's 61% of the district is minority. And, you know, we routinely delay and defer and expanding bus service to District B.
Okay, we can talk about it offline later.
Sure.
I have some disagreement, but we'll look at it.
Okay. So I have some questions. David, did we look at any opportunities with organizations like Lyft to start an express bus service?
So as far as a microtransit option, we did not look at that specifically for the service that we brought forward today. And one of the reasons for that, as I alluded to in the presentation, was we feel that just by virtue of the type of service, which is bringing people to a convention, which have a start time, as well as you have larger groups that are traveling together, that you would probably have group loads. Certainly in a microtransit environment, it's a little bit more difficult to transport those individuals. Not saying that that can't occur. And if council would like to review that option, we'll be happy to do so.
Yeah, the last time I was at a conference in LA, that's exactly what we had was microservice, and it actually worked out really well. And what was fun about it is as you're on the bus, you're actually talking to people. It had a totally different feel to it, and it made the conference much more, how should I say this, interactive, because you actually met people, were talking to them. It made it easy to go grab lunch. It was a different experience, and it was a positive experience. You talked about the buses that could be used. There are oldest buses who are kind of out of the fleet. How would we brand them? How would we brand those? Because my fear is if you're using aging buses, that's not going to be an attractive alternative. How would they be branded?
So again, as you stated, we would be using our contingency fleet along with a mixture of some of our regular fleet in order to provide the service. Since that hasn't been programmed to date, we do not have vehicles standing by waiting to provide that service. As you may remember, the R line was a wrapped vehicle. It did have a dedicated type of exterior. I wouldn't necessarily propose that we wrap a vehicle again, but certainly a vehicle or a set of vehicles could have some type of dedicated branding. I would say that sometimes that's a bit challenging just from an operational standpoint, because that can limit the service vehicles that you can put on a particular route on a daily basis. But certainly that can be accomplished and has been accomplished in the past. But your assumption there is correct. We would be looking for some of our older vehicles that, as well as our existing fleet, certainly to make this pilot work if we were to kick that off immediately. If we were looking at something where we could have lead time in order to order vehicles, you're probably looking at somewhere between 8 and 14 months. That's highly variable, I know, but the market really depends on where you fall into a manufacturer's order. We already have contracts with vendors for vehicles at multiple types. So again, if we wanted to right size or do something different, those options are available, but it just has a longer lead time.
Has staff met with the Midtown Raleigh Alliance and the Downtown Raleigh Alliance on this topic? And has there been any discussion with them on the opportunity for corporate support amongst their business communities?
I would say we certainly have met with Midtown, and funding has certainly been part of the discussion. Certainly can't say that any direct funding has been committed or identified.
Okay. I like this idea because we've been talking about it for years. It offers up some great opportunities to connect Midtown and Downtown. And we all know what we've gone through the past 2 years. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't think a little more outside the box. And I'm wondering if it might be possible at our December 7th meeting for you to come back to us with some options that we would consider, some timelines on them, and also reach back out to MRA and the DRA and see what opportunities there might be for some corporate sponsorships or funding to help kick this off.
We can certainly do that. And just for clarification, when you say more creative, I'm assuming you're referring to some type of microtransit option, as well as better defining some of our own options.
Yes.
We can do that.
Okay, Councilmember Knight.
Madam Mayor, just a quick comment. I'm also excited about this idea, and I think it possibly could be more targeted. But what I understand is most conventions are during the week or parts of the week. So I think the main thing is just that it's reliable and consistent. But I support staff moving forward and getting a little bit more specific with their ideas. But the direction we're going is, I think, good, and I'm excited about it. Thank you.
Hey, Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of council, for your comments. I've been listening and appreciate all that's been said here. With some exceptions, I'll address that in just a second. But to the staff, thank you for your work on this. This came to us just a few months ago, and you've moved very quickly to develop some ideas. I think you probably got some helpful feedback here, and would really like to see this idea keep moving forward. It is proposed as a pilot project. So, there's the possibility that it won't work. There's a possibility it'll be a smashing success. And either way, I think we'll learn some things from the experience. I think it will be a success up in the Midtown area. There's a lot of conversation going on among the hoteliers, and they're standing ready to help us promote the program and encourage their guests to use it. And as Councilmember Melton said, there's opportunities for folks to come from downtown and visit Midtown. Went out last week. There was a large crowd of folks enjoying themselves, and Midtown's got a lot to offer, so y'all come visit. And this does, I think, hold the potential to inform the discussion about the northern route of the Wake BRT. And contrary to what's been said here today, that project is moving on schedule. It's a federal funded project. We use study and data, not sound bites and politics, to figure out where the best route will be. And that's serious work. It needs to be handled responsibly. And I know the staff will do that. We've got lots of time. The northern route was always planned to be the last, fourth route. So everything is on schedule. No one is being ignored. The issues are being handled seriously. But as for this pilot project, I'd be glad to see it come back with some options and identification of funding so we can get this service rolled out as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I would say, to sum it up, David, if you could come back to us with some more detail, with some options and timelines and potential budgets. Get creative. Let's look at this. I mean, I think the consensus is we'd like to see this happen. So we could put this back on our agenda for December 7th. That would be terrific.
All right, thank you. We'll see you December 7th.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have the Wake Bus Rapid Transit New Bern Avenue BPAC concerns.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kenneth Ritchie with Engineering Services here to provide a follow-up to the October 19th presentation by the BPAC regarding the Wake Bus Rapid Transit New Bern Avenue. Just as a quick overview, the New Bern Avenue Wake BRT project will span from downtown Raleigh to the Walmart Supercenter at New Hope Road. It does consist of approximately 5.1 miles, 3.3 of those of dedicated transit lanes, 19 BRT stations, and transit signal priority at signalized intersections to help with the efficiency of the system. During the process, feedback from the BPAC has been one thing that has been sought on numerous occasions, certainly looking at the multimodal elements of this project and really trying to make sure that we're capturing as much of that as possible. Highlighted with the presentation at their annual retreat back in February of 2019 and continuing through this year as we have moved the design forward. At the October 19th presentation, Chair Dwight Otwell shared with you 3 major concerns from a memo that they presented with regards to the Wake BRT project. Certainly we want to speak to those today. One thing to highlight is we certainly understand and appreciate the concerns that they've raised. As the design has gone through, certainly there have been some trade-offs that we've had to consider, but certainly the concerns and the items that have been on those trade-offs are not ones that are lost. The first item that was mentioned in there was with regards to the downtown street sections, particularly on Blount and Wilmington Streets. Currently, there are existing dedicated bike lanes on Blount Street and Wilmington Street through those sections. With the bus access and transit lanes that are proposed to house the dedicated service for the BRT, it does remove those existing lanes. The request that BPAC presented was to retain the existing bike lanes and run the buses and mixed traffic on these 2 streets. One of the elements of consideration is the BRT is predicated on consistent, reliable service. The dedicated lanes really help to minimize conflicts and keep that system running efficiently. Another element of consideration is this is the first of the BRT corridors. So right now there's only 2 blocks. With the future implementations of the corridors, the extension of that will go an additional 5 blocks down to Martin Luther King. And so certainly running in general traffic could have some challenges as the system moves forward in implementation. And the current design does propose joint use of the BRT lane. The current headways designed into the system would be 10 minutes during peak, 15 to 20 minutes during off-peak, allowing bicyclists to be able to use those lanes during the in-between bus service, which is not uncommon. There are other cities throughout the United States that have implemented such, Baltimore, Maryland, Austin, and Portland being some of those. And certainly with the trade-off of the bike lanes, we understand that there's going to be a need for dedicated bicycle service throughout downtown to really provide an experience for the bicyclist. And staff is committed through future bikeway planning to try and identify alternative paths for that, given this trade-off with the BRT routes. So this is just a highlight of the street section that's proposed for the bus access and transit lanes through downtown, 2 general purpose lanes, parking, and the shared bike business access and transit lanes. In downtown especially, we are kind of constrained by the amount of right-of-way that we have, and while we would like to try and accommodate everything, the limits we have really created a situation where we had to identify the priorities in this area with regards to the project itself with the dedicated service, and certainly though are not the need for the bike lanes is not lost. The second item that was identified was the removal of existing mature trees along the New Bern Avenue corridor. Certainly we understand that the removal of trees is something of considerable concern, not only to the BPAC, but the community. We have worked closely with NCDOT to try and identify plantings that we can put back in place along with this project to really try and maintain some of that context. The mature trees, as they're removed, we will not be able to go back in with mature trees in all instances, but certainly we're working with our landscape architect and DOT to identify a planning plan that really seeks to maintain some of that context throughout the areas and really create a sense of place as people are using the corridor. This is a highlight of the corridor section for the median running bus rapid transit lanes. This will be the section from Pool Road to Sunnybrook Road. As you can see, there are proposals for landscaping, shrubs, and small trees in the median islands that separate the general traffic from the bus rapid transit lanes, and then certainly larger maturing trees on the outside of the sidewalk and multi-use path, really trying to take advantage of the small trees and shrubs planting allowances that DOT has within their clear zone requirements, and certainly trying to integrate the larger maturing trees where allowable outside of the clear zone, which is a space that DOT designates for recoverability for vehicles if they should leave the travel way. And the third item, the extension of dedicated lanes from Sunnybrook to New Hope Road. Certainly it would be nice to be able to do everything at once. And this is planned with the future system expansion, but we're going to be limited by budget and certainly ongoing conversations with FTA as to the project that was presented to them and approved for their funding. So I will certainly take any questions at this time.
Okay, do we have any questions of staff? Okay, there are no questions. Councilmember Melton, you are the liaison to BPAC. Have you had conversations with them regarding these concerns?
Yes, and I've also talked to staff. We had a pretty extensive phone call a couple of months ago, I guess now. I knew this was coming. You know, this is one of those tough situations where I would think everyone who's a bicycle or pedestrian advocate is probably also a transit advocate. So this is one of those tough spots where two really great ideas are bumping into each other. And so we're gonna have to make some trade-offs. I support the staff recommendations. And I think the real particular sticking point is the shared bike bus lanes. And some options we've talked through on that is making sure one possibility is we only allow the BRT buses to run in the shared lane and not our regular buses. So you got those 15-minute headways. So there's at least a predictable 15-minute window where no buses are running with bikes. I would like to see a trade-off where if we can allocate and identify relatively quickly a place to replace those bike lanes somewhere else, I would be in support of that. You know, these are striped bike lanes that are being proposed to be removed. They're not protected, they're not curbed. And so I think a real win would be to proceed with staff's recommendations on this BRT piece, but quickly identify a route or opportunity to replace these bike lanes and maybe make them at least bollards or maybe even curbed. And so that's what I would like to do. But yes, it's one of those difficult situations where two important priorities are bumping heads.
Councilmember Cox.
As we're looking into how we deal with trees in this corridor, I really would like us to take a look at recent reports about heat zones and the impact of removing these trees would be on this corridor and in this area overall. I do think that we are starting to lose too many trees in this area.
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Along those same lines, I'm looking at this page. It says the considerations, landscape plans are being finalized, NCDOT, clear zone and planting guidelines. And I might have missed it, but are we looking to go beyond the minimum guidelines set by DOT? I'm assuming and hope that our guidelines are stronger than DOT's. And do we plan to look to try to make what we do there better than DOT's minimum requirements would require?
So certainly from a standpoint of the landscaping, we're looking to maximize what we can install within this corridor. The planning guidelines that we were speaking to really were with relation to some of the constraints we have because of the clear zone requirements. But certainly within those constraints, we're trying to maximize the amount of green space that we can create with that. Smaller trees, shrubs, certainly where we aren't to the 45-mile-per-hour zone, which is east of Fisher Street, really trying to maximize where we can plant trees throughout the corridor.
Madam Mayor, follow up.
Yes, and then Councilmember Branch after that.
I guess I don't know what the definition of a clear zone or if it's applicable depending on what the transportation system looks like at that point. But it seems to me we could try to work with them or get a variance of some sort to say that we want to do more. We're going to pay for it, but we would like to do more than their minimum requirements. Thank you.
Councilmember Branch.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want the entire council to some know and refresh others and share with others. The community along New Bern Avenue have been engaged in this conversation for over almost 8 to 10 years. There's a group, the New Bern Avenue Corridor Alliance, which has includes residents along that it included all of the CACs, when we had CAC, their chairmanships as part of this group, business owners along this corridor, residents. We've actually had a meeting. I called and asked staff to do a special meeting at Wake Med prior to the 30% of design build. And it was with the residents addressing a lot of these concerns and things. So I wanted to bring that up so that everyone knows that a lot of work and attention has been placed on this. The conversation about trees, that conversation has been there from the very beginning. Even the family that dedicated the great myrtles to the city of Raleigh to put in the right of way has even been engaged and part of the conversation. So I do believe staff will look at this holistically and look at ways to refurbish the trees and replant where we can within the right of ways. We even brought in the right of way because of the sidewalk project in this corridor to try to have the least amount of impact as possible within the 100-foot right of way that they have. So I just want my fellow council members to understand and be rest assured that I'm fully aware and the community is aware and staff is aware of the love and care of trees. I even had someone email me saying they might go out there and tie themselves to a tree, and I recommend that she don't do that. But the attention is there, as well as looking at planting shrubbery and trees there. So I just want everyone to be rest assured that if anyone on this council cares about trees, it's probably the person whose last name is Branch.
That was good. That was really good, Councilmember Branch. All right. Thank you. Who wants to try and top that? No one. Okay. We will move on to our next item then. Thank you very much, staff. Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, I just want to again flag for the identifying alternative bike lane routes. If we could have that come back either to us or to the Transportation Transit Committee with some sort of speed, I think that would be helpful. Because I do think there should be a trade-off there. And so I know that staff mentioned looking into it, but if we can make that a priority, I think that would be good. I know we got some time because shovels aren't going in grounds for a while, but let's make it a bit of a priority.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the Dix Park Play Plaza Phase 1 funding option, and then the work session follow-up items.
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin, members of City Council, Oscar Carmona with Parks. This afternoon, we will be presenting follow-up for the requested information from last week's council work session. Joining me today are Priscilla Williams, Construction Administrator with Engineering Services, and Mary Vigu, Director of Budget Management Services, who will assist with today's presentation. So this afternoon, we will provide you the following information. We will provide the funding options for a phased approach to Play Plaza, provide you potential future projects for both Green Road and Brentwood Parks, and then provide an update on the Barwell Road Park Master Plan and cost ranges for implementation. As a reminder, this is a map of Phase 1 of Dorothea Dix Park, showing the Play Plaza located along Lake Wheeler Road. As far as the design schedule goes, this is a high-level overview of that schedule. Currently, we are at the start of the construction documentation phase, which will be complete in spring/summer of 2022. At this point, I would like to hand the presentation over to Priscilla Williams with Engineering Services to talk about project phasing. And then after that, Mary Vigu with Budget Management Services will follow with funding options and considerations. So with that, I'll hand it over to Priscilla.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. As staff investigated a phased approach to Play Plaza, it was determined in consultation with the CMAR that if funding were to be advanced in the summer of 2022, this could facilitate the commencement of site work and the procurement of engineering services for specialized playground features. Pending the referendum, bidding of the remaining work could begin in early 2023. This is the initial scope of work that would be included. With a phased approach, the project team has identified these considerations. Some benefits are the continuation of the project's momentum and the opportunity to coordinate engineering design of the specialized playground features. However, this phased approach protracts the project timeline and an increase in overall project cost. I'm now inviting Mary Vigu to talk about funding options and considerations.
Thanks, Priscilla. Mary Vigu, Budget Management Services. Coming out of the work session, working with my counterpart in finance, based on the amount of funding requested at $12 million, staff would recommend, in terms of a funding option, appropriating $12 million from General Capital Reserve to accelerate the project. Just as a reminder, some considerations for Council, that this would limit the flexibility during the fiscal year 23 budget process and mid-year to fund other priorities that Council would have using capital reserve. And it would also reduce our ability to fund CIP projects in our fiscal year 23 process that we are working on right now. I'm going to turn it back over to Oscar, who's going to talk about our next steps.
Thank you, Mary. So lastly, here are the potential next steps. City Council can approve the Play Plaza site preparation project and appropriate the funding. We can work with the CMAR to develop scope of work to kick off that site work and also start looking at procurement of items that have a long lead time. If the scope exceeds available funding, Council can also identify additional existing funding sources. And then lastly, we will continue working with the Dix Park Conservancy to finalize any upcoming financial agreements with the Conservancy. This time, if there are any questions specific to the Dix item, we'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. I was muted. Sorry about that. Councilmember Cox and Councilmember Ford.
Yes, I was wondering if we go ahead with the funding of this phase, how does that affect the funding in the bond for Dix Park? Does that reduce the amount of funding in the bond for Dix Park and make funds available for other projects?
I will go ahead and get somebody to answer that question, but I think that would basically be up to the council to determine that.
Okay, Councilmember Fort.
I guess my question is if, and this may be, honestly, Oscar, this is probably a question for Mary, if you don't mind. Thank you for your portion of the presentation, Mary. I guess my question goes back to the funding options and considerations. And on the bottom of that slide, you have reduces flexibility during fiscal year 23 budget and CIP process. Is there a lower amount that would not impact that flexibility, or is it really any dollar amount that's spent on Dix would have an impact on that flexibility?
Any dollar amount, and not just, funding for Dix, but any amount of funding that council chooses to appropriate in terms of capital reserve does limit any future capacity in the budget process, which is council's priority to do. So we have used that funding mid-year before for other projects, and so it is based on council's discretion in order how that funding is appropriated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any additional questions? Okay, let's continue.
Excuse me, I did want to have an opportunity to respond to Councilmember Cox's question.
Yeah.
So if we are to advance this first phase, then that amount would be subtracted from the remaining amount in the entire budget for the Plaza Play project. So therefore, that amount would be decreased in the bond.
Thank you.
Councilmember Knight.
Yes, sir.
Just based on that, I want to be clear, the amount that's put in the bond has not been decided yet, and that's at the final, we will vote on that when the time comes. So I understand about the budget piece, but that I don't think it's fair to say it would be reduced from the bond amount. Again, we don't know that yet until we decide that. But I don't want that to be put out there that we're automatically going to cut 12 million out of the bond for Dix Park, because I don't think that is correct at the time being. That discussion is still in front of us.
I think so allow me to rephrase that. The amount that would be required for Dix Park, Plaza, and Play would be reduced by the amount that you're advancing in this first phase.
That is correct. That is what I was going to say, and that would free up $12 million of capacity that council could then use as part of budget deliberations for the next fiscal year, as well as additional projects potentially that you might want to put in the bond at the point that the polling is done and we figure out where we're going to land on the total price of the bond.
Okay. Thanks for clearing that up.
Okay, thank you. Priscilla, was there anything else? And is there other additional work session follow-up items?
This is going to be addressed by Mr. Carmona. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you, Mary. Okay, if we can bring the presentation back up, please. Okay, now we're back on track. The additional items were at the request of Councilmember Cox, who wanted some updates on Green Road Park and Brentwood Park. I'm sorry. So on this slide, I want to go ahead and share some recent investments that we have at Green Road Park. Some of these do include ball field replacement fencing, a sand volleyball court, and then also the addition of a HVAC unit to one of the unconditioned gyms. Looking at potential future projects at Green Road Park, there are two scenarios or options that staff have looked at. One is the development of Central Plaza and a community center upgrades, estimated at $5 million, and that would include new outdoor restrooms, a picnic shelter in the plaza, and then also some just general work on the community center, such as flooring, painting, and roofing. A second option would be advancing some outdoor amenity improvements in the amount of $3 million, which could include some field renovations to the existing fields, doing some play court renovations with the possibility of adding possible pickleball courts, and then also just doing some general site accessibility improvements around the park itself. Moving on to Brentwood Park, some of the recent investments that we have accomplished at the park include completion of the park master plan, and then phase 1 implementation, of which we're nearing the end of, including a playground, restrooms, shelters, and then various other park amenities. In addition, we've also been able to enter into a partnership with the Busey Foundation to bring in a minimum $100,000 investment, private investment into the park, with the addition of some futsal courts. Some potential future projects at Brentwood, once again, we have two options to provide you, would be the development of the neighborhood center. Estimated budget for that would be $7 million and would give us a good opportunity to try out a new innovative type multi-purpose neighborhood center. A second option would be to complete the remaining master plan elements at the site in the estimated amount of $10 million, and that would include various park amenities, site accessibility, connectivity, and other options such as stream buffer enhancements and a pollinator garden. And lastly, also wanted to start talking about Barwell Road Park. Some recent investments at Barwell Road include the completion of the park master plan, the phase 1 implementation, which included the playground, the multi-generational challenge course, and the picnic areas, which was supported in partnership through the Carolina Panthers. And then also, currently we're in the design phase of the community garden, and then you can also see what the anticipated completion date for that community garden would be. The theme of Barwell Road Park Master Plan is play, learn, and discover. There are still 5 areas that need to be developed, and some of these include the pump track and skate park, the disc golf, nature play trails, rope shelter and restroom, and then of course the aquatic center. So as staff works through the recent council feedback on the proposed parks bond, we will review those projects and others as we continue to update new bond scenarios. And with that, I'll be more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from staff? Councilmember Branch.
Just one on Barwell and then another one related to Dix. The one on Barwell is I just wanted, thank you, Oscar and staff, for your work here and what you're doing. And thank you for working on that partnership with the Carolina Panthers so that we were able to move part of this master plan forward. And I wanted, really the council to see this is a master plan that's been done, community input. Now it comes down to at what point do we implement it? And there are other needs across the city, granted, and I understand, but I wanted you all to keep this in mind as we go back and forth and as I speak of different things within the district. If you look at a heat map that's near the back of this presentation, this is an area that has an F rating for access to parks close to it in the presentation. So something just to keep in mind as you go forward. Lastly, matter of fact, I'll stop here and see if anyone else has any questions, and then I do have a Dix question.
Are there any additional questions from the presentation? Okay, proceed with your Dix Park question.
If we were to move forward, well, let me ask this question. No one has a crystal ball, but based upon economies of scale and everything else. With moving 12 million now forward, possibly save us money if we were to delay in moving forward. Meaning, could costs go up for this site and design work that could impact us?
Yes, Priscilla Williams is on her way up to answer that question.
So overall, we are experiencing a relatively unstable construction market right now post-COVID. And we're struggling to really figure out what costs are going to look like. There's a huge issue with the availability of materials, and so we are anticipating that there may be some increased costs as a consequence of protracting the project. What we are hearing from industry is that prices are likely not to return to pre-COVID pricing. However, it may become more stable once the economy improves. And I'm not sure, Councilmember Branch, if I actually answered your question, but that's the best response that I have right now.
Yeah, you did. I think the key word was as we protracted the potential for costs to increase. And we don't know when it's going to stabilize. You know, so that did help me out. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
One thing that will continue to help is as we figure out supply chain issues, but you're also seeing more companies starting to manufacture here instead of in China, which could be a saving grace in a lot of ways. So, yeah. Thank you, Priscilla.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to note that with regard to this inflation and price increasing issue, we had the same problem with the community parks that might be funded through the parks bond. And the larger the bond gets, the further the projects get out in time and the harder it is to predict costs. That's not a reason for us to not act today, though, and or in the short term. And I think in particular with Dix, there's some real good reasons why we should start earlier. We know this is going to be a massive public-private partnership. We need to demonstrate the city's commitment to the project. I think sending a large amount of money like this would do that. It would help the Conservancy raise money, and it would keep the project on track. So, I see and hear the staff's warning about the future in the CIP process and the budget. But this just might be a time to take a risk. We've got a tremendous opportunity in front of us with Dix Park, and we got to get started sometime. And it's going to be painful financially either way we do it. But there are good reasons to get started, and I'd like to see us. I'd like us to see us start moving in that direction.
I think one of the things we discussed at our last meeting is that the Dix Conservancy is waiting for us to show a public commitment. They have a $10 million donor that they're working with who wants to see that public commitment. And today is our chance to make that public commitment. So I'm going to make a motion to direct staff to advance $12 million toward the site work Phase 1 of Plaza and Play. Do I have a second? Councilmember Buffkin is seconded. I think this is the right thing to do. We've been talking for 7 years now about moving forward the park. This is our chance. And once we create the Plaza and Play, this is going to be a huge economic driver for our city. And I think this will come back to us. So I'm going to call for the vote now. All in favor, please raise your hands. Is anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Oscar, before you leave, do you need any additional direction at this time, or was what you presented was for information purposes at this time?
Yes, Mayor. It's just informational purposes for council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I remember we're going to talk about the bond again in December, more about process and putting together the advocacy committee and so forth.
Yes.
I wanted to take opportunity to suggest that maybe we invite the chair of the Parks Board to come back and remind us the process they went through, some of the discussion that they had that led them to the recommendations that they made. We have deviated from some of them. We knew that was a possibility all along, but I think Chair Wagner would be a constructive and helpful voice if we might extend that invitation if she's available to be with us on the 7th.
Okay. Thank you. I think that would be a good idea. Thank you. Okay, next, thank you, Oscar. I know that we asked you and your team to pull this together rather quickly. Thank you for the quick response and the good work. Okay, next we have City Council redistricting process.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor and Council. Ken Bowers from Planning and Development back at the podium to present an update on the redistricting process. I will start with a little review. So at your last meeting, you gave a charge to the study group, the existing study group on council terms, compensation, and engagement. And you asked them to do three things: obtain public input on the redistricting process and maps, including from organizations that have expertise in redistricting, council with a list of pros and cons for some alternative maps. And that you also gave them a deadline, which you wanted them to wrap up their work by the end of January so it could be presented to you at your February 1st meeting. And that would give ample time for you to consider their report before making a final decision on redistricting maps. You also gave a charge to staff, and the charge to staff was to generate 3 alternative maps for how to balance populations across the districts based on these 6 criteria: equal population across the districts, contiguous districts, compact districts, preserving where possible communities of interest, which is a broad term, but we took a geographical approach to that, avoid pairing incumbents within a single district, and then also some consideration of where the city is likely to grow so that we don't end up with a population that's very far out of whack when we get to the 2030 census. As part of this work, staff is standing up a website. My understanding is it goes live today. It'll include a variety of information for public education, including details on the 6 criteria. It'll have the 3 alternative maps that staff have prepared and which I'm about to share with you. It'll have information on upcoming meetings held by the study group and other meetings relevant to the redistricting process. It provides options for how the public can provide input into the process. And as I said, it goes live today. There are some meetings booked. So this Thursday, the study group is having their first meeting. This is the only meeting that they have definitively scheduled. It runs from 2 to 3:30 on Thursday. It'll be held virtually. And we plan to both introduce the maps and the overall process to the study group. And then they're going to use this meeting to lay out the subsequent steps of their review process with a view of course, completing their work by the assigned deadline. There's also some listening sessions that are being held by our Office of Community Engagement. These include other topics. They include some community input on the recommendations, the earlier recommendations from the study group on council terms and compensation, but will include the opportunity to also weigh in on the maps. And these have been scheduled for December 6th and 8th in in-person settings, both from 6 to 8 p.m., one at Chavis Community Center and one at, that's a typo, Laurel Hills Community Center. So from there, the moment you've all been waiting for, we're going to get into staff's maps, and we'll start with the current situation. These are the council districts that we've been operating under since 2011. And when we got the census data, what it showed was that District A had not grown as rapidly as the other districts. And so it was significantly under its target population by 10%. And District B is a little too high. But it's still within the 5%, but just barely. So the legal mandate is that the districts, they can't be obviously identical in population, but they need to be within 5% of each other. The target population, which is essentially the city's 2020 population divided by 5, is 93,533 people. The other thing that's worth considering is that districts B and C have the larger future annexation potential. Now, not all growth is future annexation, but the areas within the city's ETJ that have yet to be annexed, that are zoned for development, are primarily located in District B and C. Currently, by far the largest share of that is actually allocated to District C, and we have some proposals to modify that to more equally share that future annexation area between District B and C. So this is the first alternative map, and the animating idea behind this map is to try to make as few changes to the existing districts as possible while still balancing population. So it essentially moves an area on the west side of Capitol Boulevard of north of sort of between New Hope and Millbrook Road along Green Road from District B to District A. There's also a very tiny tweak, which I'll try to highlight here. Right up here, this little area, which is currently in District A, is on the other side of Falls and Noose Road at the water treatment plant. All the proposals proposed to move that. It's not very many households from District A to District B. But the major change is this little area here, and that would move from District B to District A. That brings all the districts into balance. District B is down by about 2.7%. District C through E are a little over 1%, and District A is down by 1.6% from the ideal. But that provides pretty rough balance and makes a minimal change to the map. What it doesn't do is address the issue I raised earlier, which is how much future annexation area is currently pledged to District C. This map, these two maps here, and I have comparisons like this, show that change. It shows the move of the precinct from B to A in this location here, and that little change up there. The next scenario is this one here, and this one also brings all the population into balance. District B is of the districts extremely close to target, as is District E. A is actually will be a little bit over target, D a little under, and C somewhat under, but no district is more than 2.2% away from target. So let's go and look at what changes with this one. So one of the animating ideas here in terms of looking at major geographic barriers is District A currently stretches north of 540. So one of the ideas here was to take a precinct up in that is roughly between 540 and Durant Road and move that from District A to District B. Of course, that makes District A smaller, and it has to get bigger in order to come into balance. So it gains some neighborhoods north of Brookhaven, north of Millbrook Road, but west of Creedmoor Road from E to A, and would also gain this area, including the Brentwood neighborhood, between Capitol Boulevard and the railroad located between 540 and 440. So essentially, District A now becomes confined between 440 and 540, except for a little bit stretching along Falls and Noose Road, and that's because of the shape of the voting precincts. Now, District B and District C change a little bit more. So this area here goes from District B to District C, but all this area here goes from District C, and this stretches out to this future annexation area. And this actually dates from a decision back in the late aughts when Rivertown was annexed to put it in District C instead of District B. And as a result, because the precincts out in the slightly populated area are very large, all of this area out there is currently in District C, but a lot of this northeastern future annexation area under this proposal would move from District E. Two other changes I'll highlight. This neighborhood here includes areas north of Wade Avenue, including the Hayes-Barton neighborhood, would move from District D to District E. And then a tiny little precinct down here that encompasses Gateway Park and Walnut Terrace that is located on the west side of Wilmington Street would move from District C to District E. The last scenario builds on that a little bit, but it makes a couple of different changes. Again, this scenario does bring balance, but I would say it's less balanced than District 2, particularly because District B is now 3.5% over target. District C is about 2% over target, and of course, both of these areas have future annexation available to them. Some of the changes are the same. The area between Durant Road and 540 continues to move from District A to District B. The area including Brentwood continues to move from B to A, but one significant change is this area inside the belt line moves from District E to District A. So this actually goes back to an older map. District A used to have certain portions of inside the belt line. This would include neighborhoods ranging from Drury Hills to Georgetown. It does not, that means it no longer has to take the area west of Creedmoor Road from District E in order to achieve balance. Another change here is that this area that includes some neighborhoods directly adjacent to Umstead Park and portions of the park itself, that precinct would move from District D to District E. And again, balance is achieved. The changes in this area are essentially replicated from scenario 2. So that concludes my presentation of the 3 alternatives, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. And I am joined by Ray All from Planning and Development, who did the heavy technical lifting on this, and I believe he has his laptop at the ready if you have any super detailed questions about any of the demographics. One remark I would like to address, if you have questions about how this affects the diversity of the districts, the effect is fairly minor, and districts that are majority minority would continue to be so under all 3 scenarios.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councilmember Cox?
Yes, if you could bring up the slide regarding the principles for redistricting.
Sure. Oh. Yeah, let's go to
Okay. So since we approved these 6 items, I've looked at principles that are put forward by Common Cause. And one of the principles they put forward is called protection of racial minorities. And it seems to me that, you know, we have 5 districts, but those 5 districts don't really reflect the racial distribution in the city of Raleigh. We really should have more districts represented through elections by people who are of a minority race. And that hasn't happened in a long history of Raleigh. And I'm wondering if we can add protection of racial minorities as a 7th item before we hand this off to the committee to study these redistricting proposals. Ideally, we don't want to have 4 districts that are all majority white and only 1 district that is majority black or minority or people of color. Because what that does is it really puts 4 white people on council who represent the districts. And then, of course, the mayor and the 2 at-large represent the city as a whole, and the city as a whole is majority white. And so we end up with 7 people on council, time and time again, who are white, and 1 person who is African American. And I think we're at a point in our history that we can do better than this. And I really strongly encourage the council to add a 7th charge, which is protection of racial minorities, and see if we can draw the lines that will result in a better outcome on city council. So that's my request.
Okay, Councilmember Buffkin, then Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. So in response, you know, I had a town hall meeting. Common Cause was there, and what I recall hearing from Common Cause was that you should consider race, but it shouldn't be a predominant factor. And I think putting it on the list of principles would make it a predominant factor. And I have also had conversations with the city attorney who has expressed some concern about that from a liability standpoint. She may want to weigh in now, maybe not. Maybe the council not ready to hear that, but maybe we need to take it up in some other setting. But I think these are the right factors to consider. I'm proud of the work the staff is doing, proud of the council for setting up this process. You know, we had alternatives, and our city has used other ways to draw districts in the past. And it has long been the tradition of the city that the maps just appeared on the council agenda and they were approved with no citizen input, no engagement, no information sharing. We have set up a process that is as near to the gold standard as we can get with the time and resources we have available. And I think we're on the right track here. Looking forward to seeing what the study group comes up with. And thank you, Mr. Bowers and Mr. All, for your hard work on this.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
I just wanted to say that there's some kind of values that I agree with Councilmember Cox there, but I do think this is a very big question that our entire country is kind of grappling with right now as everybody goes through redistricting. And I'm also curious what our attorney, but also other attorneys think. I'm not opposed to putting this item on our criteria list, but I would like to hear from Robin if she already has some thoughts.
Yes, I do. And the race in these factors is considered under the communities of interest factor. And it is something that you can consider and can be taken into account, but making it a determining factor to achieve one race or the other is legally problematic. So I think Ken told you, I mean, one way race can be considered is if you want to maintain the racial makeup that you have in the various districts. And I think he can address that and say where that lands. So, and I think that has been taken into account in that way, that the racial makeup of any of the existing districts for minority has not been diluted in any way. But it doesn't really matter whether what race it is, if that's the purpose to bring one race or another majority in any particular district, we'll have issues. And I will say there's already been a lawsuit filed against the city of Charlotte for this very reason, and their districts have only been approved for a couple of weeks. So that's my 2 cents.
One way that we could address this is when we send this to the group, the study committee, that we ask them to just make sure they are aware that race and equity are important issues, and that we need to be mindful of that. Councilmember Branch?
Yeah, I do agree. When we send this to the committee, we need to at least make them aware of that and look into it. But I think this brings a bigger issue that we have in our city, which is around housing. There's a reason why the majority of people live in a certain area for a number of years. That's something that, as we continue to do zoning cases and have projects and we talk about affordability, you know, that's the thing that we have to look at, you know, holistically. So I just want to bring that to light, that this map's looking this way and having these conversations. It's not no one silver item, bullet, arrow is going to fix it all at one time. We have to look systematically at the issues and the policies that we have in place and how we advocate and how we uplift and, you know, and how, you know, maybe in some of these districts, people motivate people to seek office. Those are the things that have to be addressed holistically. So yes, let's send it to the committee with what we have, but ensure that the committee is aware, and knowing the individuals that we have on that committee, I know they hear us, and I know there are people in the community that are watching us now that will be at those meetings that will uplift that as well. But we have to make sure, you know, one thing I hate, regardless of who draw the maps, are lizards and snakes on maps. And that's what we don't need to do, is draw these crazy lines and gadgets just to, you know, meet a quota. People want to be treated as human. They want to feel as if they have value and that they're loved in the community. So we have to make sure what we do and how we move it forward, we look at this holistically on everything that we do going forward.
Okay, do we need a motion to move? We made a motion last time, it's here. I think we've already outlined the process. So I don't believe we need a motion on this. I think we just provide direction to staff to continue moving forward. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, the study group has their first meeting on Thursday, so I think they're ready to get their work underway. And they'll schedule additional ones following this, what is kind of like an inauguration meeting or whatever, or planning meeting. But Ken can chime in if he has anything else to add.
No, I don't have anything else to add.
I'll just add happy birthday, Ken.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, next item on the agenda. Before I get to you, City Manager, we said we would bring up the push cart issue here. I have some additional questions for staff that not clear in my mind. And if we could have folks come back up. Okay. So one of the questions I have that I was confused by is the actual number of permits downtown. And it seems that I can't remember the exact number. Most of them, it appears, are for the daytime or used during the day, and X number are used at night. Was that 11?
So there's 35 permitted pushcart locations. Of those 35, only 13 are actually used. What a lot of our vendors end up doing is buying multiple locations and only using a select few of those, which then also prevents others from accessing those locations. So of those 13, 11 are within the Glenwood South area, and 2 have actually already moved onto private property because of the sidewalk congestion that's created from the line.
Okay, so how many actual push carts are out on Glenwood South on an actual, say, on a Saturday night average?
I would say typically 11, and that's also weather permitting too. If there's obviously going to be rain or colder weather, there might not be as many, but 11 are permitted within the area.
Okay, so permitted, are they actually used?
Yes, those 11 are.
Okay, and my next follow-up question is, are these on Glenwood South or are they throughout the district? Because I went to dinner on Glenwood South Saturday night. I did not see any push carts out there.
They do typically, sorry, go.
Yeah,
they
go
do
on.
typically come out later at night. So we typically, our staff with RPD, we start our rounds around 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m., and that's when they're typically starting to set up.
Okay, and so where are the, like, I'm trying to visualize where these permitted sites are. Is it throughout the district? Is it on Glenwood Avenue? Help me understand.
It's along Glenwood Avenue and the side streets. So there's one that's typically right in front of Dogwood, which is actually kind of moved onto the private property now on the 600 block. There's one outside Cornerstone on Johnson Street. There's one outside Milk Bar, which is on Tucker. There's some right along Glenwood outside of Sullivan's. These are the ones I can remember off the top of my head, but they are kind of scattered throughout along Glenwood Avenue and the side streets.
Okay. All right, so we, Councilmember Melton, you had asked for additional information, the follow-up, we're following up here. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that I do want to address problems and concerns. And I know that folks have spent a lot of time on this issue. I think my concern is that the proposal as it stands right now seems a bit incommensurate to the problem. I think there is clearly some need for access to late night food. I'm worried if we take it away, it's going to cause a different problem. But most importantly for me, this is affecting people's livelihoods. And I think it deserves more attention from this council. I would like to move it to the Economic Development Innovation Committee, where we're already doing a lot of this work. I'd like to have a little bit more review and discussion and hopefully come to a measured compromise solution. So that's where I'm at on it.
Councilmember Fort.
I already have a motion that's been seconded. So I think we have to vote on that. And again, within that motion, we've heard from the community. We've heard from the business folks on Glenwood South. We've heard from RPD, who, we tasked with giving us some solutions to the problem. They have indicated that the food carts operating after bars close is contributing, is an ongoing contributor to some of the challenges they're trying to address. And so since I have that motion, which has been seconded, I think we need to vote on that and keep what we've heard in mind. Again, I don't have anything against the food cart operators. I understand that window of time between 2 and 3 may be very lucrative for them, but if we're hearing from our RPD staff and the community and other folks that reducing their hours of operation can assist with a challenge that's been brought to our attention, I think we need to take that into consideration.
Councilmember Fort, I haven't spoken with the Glenwood South Partnership on this issue. Have you?
I thought in the conversation that we had with the Downtown Raleigh Alliance and some other folks, they did address this issue.
I don't recall push carts being part of it. I'm just going to ask you this. I have not had a chance to talk to them about this. I have not had a chance to talk to the business owners about this yet. It came on the consent agenda and there was a quick turnaround. Would you be adverse to holding this to our next meeting or sending it to committee, just so we can hear from the partnership and the business community?
I feel like we've already done that. And so, yeah, I would want to move forward with the motion today.
Okay. All right, there is a motion, a second on the floor. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay, that is 7-1. Councilmember Melton opposed. Clerk, thank you. I believe Councilmember Branch needs an excused absence.
Yes.
Shortly. So if you disappear, you are excused, or when you disappear. Okay.
Thank you.
I know you have another commitment. Okay. Thank you. All right. Now we will go to the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And although it is a long list, everybody has guaranteed efficiency for each item. So the first item today is the Winchester Drive Extension Project, and we have Kenneth Ritchie from Engineering Services here to present that item.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. Kenneth Ritchie with Engineering Services here to provide an update on the Winchester Drive Extension. The design consultant for this project is the Site Group. So the project location, Winchester Drive is located parallel to Glenwood Avenue in Northwest Raleigh. Currently, there is a gap in Winchester Drive between Kodiak and Paula Ann Drive. This project would seek to close that gap and also connect to Panther Branch Drive in the Umstead Ridge neighborhood. The purpose of the project is to extend Winchester Drive and eliminate the existing gap to improve local access and connectivity. The city street plan calls for this for Winchester to ultimately be extended to Fleetwood, and this is in conjunction with the NCDOT US 70 corridor. This will be a parallel collector to US 70. This is part of a cost share agreement that was approved by council in September of 2020 and executed in November of 2020. The existing conditions, there are no facilities within this section of the right-of-way currently. There are currently dead ends on Winchester near Kodiak, Panther Branch Drive, and Winchester just north of Paula Ann Drive. The proposed scope, the proposed street section, would be a 2-lane undivided street with 5-foot sidewalks, street trees, and street lighting. This would match the existing street section that is both north and south of this gap. With the additional 8.5 feet outside of the drive lanes, that space has the flexibility to be used as parking, or long-term, this section of road is on the bike plan and could be turned into a future bike facility. So the project budget, this is a cost share project with a developer, with Frank R. Anderson Realty and Sir Walter. The design costs are covered 100% by the developer. Any acquisition is covered by the developer. The construction costs are split 50-50 between the developer and the city per the agreement, with an estimated total cost of $1.11 million, and the utility costs are included in the construction. Public involvement, as with all of our projects, we seek to ensure that we're getting feedback from the public. During these touch points, there's been really kind of 3 key points of feedback. One has been questions with regards to what is proposed on the lot that Frank R. Anderson is developing, which is a parking lot to support the Sir Walter dealership. Another from the neighborhoods with regards to increased traffic through the neighborhoods, where we don't anticipate there being additional cut-through traffic. We can't guarantee it, but certainly we anticipate that this connection will be better used for connectivity from the multiple neighborhoods in this area out to Ebenezer Church Road and to Glenwood Avenue. And certainly the other piece with regards to timeline, which we're anticipating. Our project schedule, fall 2021 was our design touch point with the community and city council. We're anticipating advertising this project for construction in the winter of 22, award and notice to proceed in the spring, and completion of the project in the winter of 2023. And with that, I will open it up to any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from of staff? Okay, there are no questions on this matter. This is for information purposes only at this time. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
So the second item is gap financing for Kings Ridge Development Project, and we have Lamont Taylor here to share the good news about this upcoming project.
Can I just make a motion to approve? Because I'm so excited about this. I'm joking, Lamont, go on. Although it has been seconded, so we're good.
Thank you. Could you repeat that?
No, I was joking with you, Lamont. I said, I'm so excited about this, I'd like to make a motion to approve. David Knight has seconded it. So I said, that's good. We've already have a motion and a second. So good news.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin and members of council. Before I speak to this item specifically, we wanted to provide a brief update on the 2020 Affordable Housing Bond. A total of $24.8 million in bond funds was budgeted for the current fiscal year in the following buckets: transit-oriented site acquisition at $8 million, tax credit gap financing at $4.8 million, and public-private partnerships at $12 million. The acquisition bucket has $6 million for direct site acquisition by the city, and $2 million for the acquisition and preservation of existing affordable units. For the $6 million, city real estate staff is reviewing proposals received from firms interested in leading the site acquisition search effort with the city's input. Wake County has selected self-help to administer their new acquisition preservation fund, which will include the city's $2 million investment. This year's tax credit gap financing is fully committed, including 3 affordable housing projects along BRT corridors, and those include Milner Commons, Thrive at Renaissance, and New Bern Crossing. In the public-private partnerships bucket, City Council previously approved $3 million to Healing Transitions for the expansion of their men's campus, as well as the issuance of a Notice of Funds Availability, or NOFA, for $2 million in bond funds for small-scale, nonprofit, affordable rental projects. City-owned lots for long-term lease are included in that NOFA. At some point after the new year, we will come back to you with recommendations for funding. As indicated in the background material, we did issue an RFP for $7 million in bond funds for a significant project that would include permanent supportive housing. CASA requested the available funds for Kings Ridge, and Wake County has approved $4 million for the project. Even with those commitments, however, CASA still finds itself with a financing gap. Recognizing the importance of this project to council and the community, staff recommends closing the remaining gap with HUD home funds, including $648,244 in CHOTO funds, which can only be awarded to nonprofits which meet certain board composition requirements. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for Lamont? Okay, there's a motion to approve with a second. All in favor? Anyone opposed? No one is opposed. Clerk, good work. Housing and Neighborhoods team, thank you. Not good work, great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And the next item is the Small Business Parking Relief Program, and Matthew Courier from Transportation will present this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Back again with the Small Business Parking Program. Promise some updates on this. So as you'll remember, eligibility criteria for this program was restaurants, retailers, and personal services businesses that are storefront with less than 50 employees. We allocated 400 parking spaces for these passes, and they would be no cost to participants. They are located in various city-owned parking decks with 24/7 access. The program started January 6th of 2021, and most recently, Council extended it on September 21st through the end of the calendar year, December 31st. So again, launched on January 6th, marketing has mostly been targeted using DRA, and at the moment, there are 51 businesses with 323 passes. Quick update on where we are with monthly parking accounts. We are right around 75% monthly sold. You'll see some slight increases through August, September, and October. We were hoping we would see some sharper spikes here as we get towards the end of the year, but those haven't materialized, mostly slowed by the Delta variant. Our daily parking revenue, it was consistently positive up through July. We did see a slight dip in August. It looks like September fell off, but September also slightly dipped from August. We think we're experiencing some COVID impacts there, specifically Delta variant, and we are still right around 50% of where we were pre-COVID. So 3 options today. So option 1 for consideration would be to take no action, and the program would end on December 31st. That would give us about 45 days to send out notifications and work with businesses through a transition. Option 2 would be to extend the current program to March 31st of 2022, and then we would update council at the February 15th council meeting on parking deck utilization and discuss next steps then. Or then option 3 would be to extend the current program, to also extend the current program to March 31st, and then end it. We would educate users for the transition to the $20 evening rate, which is 3 p.m. to 6 a.m. for folks who are just using passes in the evening. And then folks who would like to continue, we would give them a 50% discount, which would be $63 a month for the next 3 months. So that would be April, May, and through June. And then we would transition them to a normal monthly account at that time. So again, I've got the options up here. So option 1, take no action, and the program ends in 45 days. Option 2 would be to extend it through March 31st, and then we would come back in February and revisit this again. Option 3 would be to extend the program through March 31st and then end it, transitioning users to the $20 evening rate for folks who would be using the passes during that time, and then a 50% discount to kind of glide folks to the end of the program between April 1st and June 30th.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you, Matthew, for all your work on this and keeping us up to speed. I'd like to make a motion to approve option 3.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Buffkin. All in favor, please raise your hands. Is anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, Clerk. Thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
Moving right along, the next item is an extension of the emergency outdoor seating regulations, and Whitney Schonfield is back at the podium to discuss this item.
Mayor, may I make a motion for approval?
Yes. Councilmember Buffkin is seconded. Okay. All in favor?
That was seconded by Melton, but.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. We just made that much easier for you. Thank you, Whitney.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, the next item is curbside yard waste collection service program update. We have Stan Joseph with Solid Waste Services here to present this item.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. Good to see all of you. Stan Joseph here, your Solid Waste Services Director. I want to apologize if my face looks disheveled, and it's my feeble attempt at no shave November. But it's getting in there. My wife and I do that every year. Now, just to be clear, my wife doesn't have a beard. She just doesn't shave her legs. I think I've said too much. I'm going to move on. So I'm here today to give council an update on our yard waste presentation. With me today is Ms. Shadell Cherry. She's our Assistant Director of Administration and Lead Project Manager. And Megan Tuskus, our Chief Safety and Compliance Officer. This team has done a tremendous amount of work on this project, and I'm confident that this enhancement to our yard waste service collection will serve our residents well. There is no action needed by council today. This is simply an update and an opportunity for staff to answer any questions you may have. I'll give you some background and talk about our proposed project timeline. I'll also be discussing our communications plan code changes, and the next steps. I'll then pause to answer some questions, and if there's some time left, I would like to share just a couple highlights from our Yard Waste Center that I feel Council may be interested in. The enhancement you approved in July included purchasing and distributing 95-gallon yard waste rollout carts to all our single-family residents. If you recall, we embarked on an intensive community engagement campaign that consisted of surveys, community focus groups, and a robust benchmarking of best practices in and out of North Carolina. The data supported staying with the biweekly service, elimination of all plastic bags, and only using biodegradable compostable bags. We also found that the lack of limitation deteriorates the reliability of this very important service to our citizens. Although there will only be one yard waste cart issued per household, residents will have access to more capacity than they ever had in the past. Historically, yard waste collections did not meet our residents' expectations. As hard as our dedicated employees worked, they could not keep up with the unpredictability of the weather, seasonality of the way the leaves falls and fall rates, unplanned events, and a general lack of volume limitations. This was to a point where the service became a growing concern for our customers. In effect, we had a service level expectation and demand that did not meet the level of resources that we had. We learned some tough lessons during the pandemic. Our service model was even more fragile than we thought when we had to suspend yard waste services initially during the pandemic. The good news was this provided an opportunity to introduce an enhanced level of service with rollout carts, which is going to be a major convenience for our residents. The rollout carts offer safe, more predictable, and reliable service. They're easy to use. They definitely will reduce lifting injuries not only for our employees, but our customers that have to drag them across the yard, occasionally weighing at 75 pounds to 100. Additionally, the carts provide 3 times more capacity of standard 35-gallon containers and eliminates the numerous amount of these containers on the curbside. The environmental benefits are plentiful. Less trucks in neighborhoods, less fuel, less miles, less CO2 emissions in the city, and no more single-use plastic bags. They contaminate our yard waste, which end up in our residents' compost and mulch that they purchase from us. And the volume limitations at the curb allows our crew to be more responsive and agile during events like the pandemic, unpredictable weather patterns, and hurricanes. This translates to more reliable service delivery for all our customers. Much like our engagement with customers last year, we've placed communication at the forefront of this project. There are several touch points over the course of the timeline, utilizing various mediums, for example, utility bill inserts, postcard mailers, social media, our COR webpage, new collection calendars, and backed by popular demand, open forums where I get to answer questions and provide information to the public. This is due to begin in January 2022. One concern identified by Council in July was space constraints caused by the addition of a third cart. We plan to mitigate this by offering an opt-out period beginning November 17th and going through February 1 of 2022. Customers who opt out of receiving a cart will still be eligible for collection, but via the biodegradable bags and bundles. Currently, yard waste collection is on the same day as recycling. On July 5th, yard waste collection will be on the opposite week of recycling. What this means is that one week our residents will receive garbage and recycling collection, and on the following week they'll receive garbage and yard waste collection. This minimizes the number of carts on the curb on any given collection day. The new schedule will be on the collection calendars, which will be attached to the carts that are delivered beginning May of 2022. Beginning tomorrow, we begin pushing out communications about the enhancements and the cart opt-out process. There's going to be an online form available as well as a mailer with a tear-off to send it, for our customers to send in if they do not want a yard waste cart. And that will begin, like I said, starting tomorrow. In December, we begin a targeted communication with local vendors, advising them of the potential increase in demand for biodegradable bags. This will ensure proper inventory is in place, since the city will not be providing these bags. In January begins our community focus groups to answer questions from the public. In February, an education campaign geared towards proper preparation of yard waste and proper cart placement. May and June, our collection calendars will go out along with the carts to ensure customers know about any changes in their collection days. The carts will be stamped with a QR code. This will take our customers to our website and provide information about placement, schedules, and any information related to our yard waste program. And in July, we follow up again with our customers, more communication to check in with them. We'll tell them how to request a cart if they do not receive one, or how to pick up a cart if they don't want the one that they received. A challenge we encountered due to the pandemic was the price of resin. This is the key component of cart manufacturers, and this price has increased by 24% over the past 10 months. This was an additional $1.8 million increase since our March 2021 presentation. We do not plan on any additional fee increases to cover these costs. Instead, with the help of our city budget office, we've absorbed the increase through tightening our belt and some savings in our equipment fund. Production delays. There's always a possibility of production and delivery delays due to the national staffing shortages. We plan to weave protections into our contract with the cart vendor. We've built in a buffer into our timeline, and we are exploring what in-house staffing looks like. Some noteworthy areas proposed in our code changes include allowing only one city-issued yard waste cart per resident. Customers who receive backdoor collection currently via our need assistance service will also be eligible for the same level of service with their new yard waste cart. Our bundles will be limited to 5. We feel that these changes will better align our enhancements to our city's current city ordinance. Our next steps include contract negotiations with our selected vendor, who is Schaefer Carts, and we commence our cart out process beginning tomorrow, November 17th. Those mailers are going to go out. We also commence our full communications plan tomorrow. And I think that that's it for now. So I'd like to stop here and ask if there's any questions before I give you updates on the Yard Waste Center that I can answer for staff.
Do we have any questions for Stan? Councilmember Knight?
Hey, Stan, good to see you. Appreciate the presentation. Real fast, I know you're going to talk about the leaf pile here coming up, but in terms of curbside leaf pickup, is there any relationship to that? To that after we put out these carts, are we going to end leaf side pickup the other way of doing it, or is it going to be consolidated? And also within that, what conversations are you having with the commercial side, landscapists, mowing companies, et cetera, in getting them prepared for this as well? Thank you.
Yes, I'll try and answer that. Just to be clear, Solid Waste Services picks up leaves and sticks and branches all year round. Our seasonal loose leaf collection is handled by the Transportation Department. So I will tell you that the relation between Solid Waste Service yard waste collection and the loose leaf collection is typically we see additional volume during that time, that period, especially if the weather is unpredictable and transportation gets a little bit behind in the collection. The relation of what we're doing here with our biweekly yard waste collection I think, is going to benefit that. And the reason it's going to benefit it is we're going to, A, stabilize our collection schedule. B, we're going to biweekly service, which affords us a little bit more flexibility to assist transportation when times are tough during inclement weather. And at the end of the day, this 95-gallon container and compostable bags actually provides more volume for our residents. So if they are inclined to, put those leaves or bags in the container or put some more compostable bags out, we can better support our partners over in the transportation department. I hope that answered your question.
It does, but I think there's an opportunity here for us to start looking at ways to, because of all the issues around loose leaf collection that we've had, that all cities have, to look towards reducing that or moving that towards, or incentivizing moving that towards all leaves going into these containers, these barrels, and moving away from that, which I think is a sort of an old model of loose leaf collection with all of its costs, all of its environmental problems, et cetera, et cetera. So something and transportation problems for that matter. So it's something to think about, I hope.
Yeah, Councilor Knight, I think that's a great idea. I will say that when I say that there will be increased capacity for our residents in the 96-gallon container and the compostable bags, that is not the kind of capacity that would support placing all of those loose leaf volume into those containers. So, but I do think there's some opportunities there to discuss with our partners about how we can move forward. I think we've had a couple good years of loose leaf collection. Past couple of years have been solid.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, if there are no more questions, I'll move on to the short and second part of my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think right there, perfect. Yard Waste Center. So, as you know, in addition to our yard waste collection services, we provide and we have a yard waste center where we take the yard waste, process it, compost it, and sell it. Over the last year, there have been several improvements made, all of which either improve the safety, efficiency, or allows us to expand our future services in the city. And so I'd like to brief you on a couple of those updates. First, the infamous legacy pile. This is the product of 10 years of collecting more yard waste than we could process out. With your help, we obtained additional resources, and in 2020, our yard waste center, for the first time in over 10 years, distributed more product than we took in. But there was still a pile, a big one, and we were out of state compliance. We were also running out of space at the yard waste center. The task to remove the pile finally began on March 15th, and to date, you'll be happy to hear that we have removed 3,392 truckloads of material, over 110,000 cubic yards of old leaves and old mulch from the past 10 years. This places us ahead of our 24-month schedule to completely remove the pile, and I'm sure you would like to see what that looks like. So that's our initial pile, and that's what it looked like back in March, and you can see there's been significant progress in our most recent drone photos. That's leaf pile 2, and looks like we're just about halfway done on that. And this right here is Mount Leafmore, aka our legacy pile, and you can see in the lower left, this is the one that they're really just kind of getting into right now, and the lower left corner is the progress of that pile being removed. Next, I'd like to talk a little bit about our construction access road. The location of our Yard Waste Center has presented some traffic issues on New Hope Road, especially during the spring as our residents wait in long lines to gain access to our top quality mulch and compost. That's a plug for the Yard Waste Center. This project not only minimizes the traffic of the haulers removing our piles currently, but it also alleviates some of the safety and traffic for our customers on New Hope Road. It began in September 7th, and really we're nearing completion right now. We're just waiting for the arrival of a security gate. The final update is on our stream restoration project. As a result of heavy rainfalls, hurricanes over the years, increase in impervious surfaces from the growth in the city, the stream that runs between our closed landfill cells has been eroding. To correct the erosion and prevent it from reaching the landfill cell walls, we embarked on a project to restore and stabilize the stream bed and reestablished a native vegetation. We just completed the bidding process and the contractor has been selected. We're expecting the work to begin in January 2022 and hopeful to complete it by June 2022. We're excited about this project. You know, a lot of people don't know that we have this closed landfill that we've been monitoring and overseeing for the past 20 plus years. And this project here really makes it easier to sleep at night knowing that that erosion will not continue and expose any of our waste from throughout the years. So, are there any questions?
I was just going to say that was entertaining, but I don't have any questions. I think that was very thorough.
Okay.
Councilmember Branch.
Thank you. My question is related to I think it's a closed landfill across the street from my yard waste. And I know we used to have compressed gas that would burn off because I remember seeing the flame there. What's the status of that landfill and the works going on there? Because I've seen a lot of work take place.
Yeah, so I think, there's constant work going on at the landfill center. We're constantly maintaining the top cover and maintaining erosion. The flare has been running for many, many years, but our engineering firms are telling us that we are coming to the downside of our gas production in our landfill, which is a great thing. We've actually redone our permit to minimize some of the reporting that we have to do to DEQ. And so what you're probably seeing is a lot less flare, and eventually we'll probably shut down the flare house because of just minimal gas that is being produced by this landfill that has been really shut down for about 22 years now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, thank you very much, Stan. Good luck with No Shave November.
Yeah, I know we're a small group here, so if we could just keep my comments to ourselves, I'd really appreciate it. Don't want that to get out. Thank you.
You are in so much trouble, Stan. That's all I have to say. Hopefully the next item, get him out of the way before he gets in more trouble, will put you in the holiday spirit. We have Carrie Painter here from the Convention Center to talk to us about the ice rink at Red Hat.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I won't make you laugh as much as Stan, but I do bring joyful news. So hopefully that will make up for it. Last I was here, we chatted about the idea of a rink, and I am thrilled to say today we officially launched the Rink, which is presented by UNC Health. So we are just delighted that they came in as our presenting sponsor. And as of today, we are partners with ABC 11, and you will see it on TV. So it is actually official, real, and pretty spectacular. The ice is just shy of an NHL rink. It holds 200 people. So it is really going to be something that is going to become a legacy for us. On the screen, you'll see the $11 skate price. So we tried to make it reasonable for all. These are the hours. It'll open on Saturday at noon after the parade. And we have some other wonderful sponsors that we're thrilled about. Google Fiber is going to sponsor Community Night, which will be tickets to underserved families and children. Parker Poe has come along as a community sponsor to help us underwrite the rink. We will have some special activations, so I would say watch the Red Hat Amphitheater's calendar, and it'll give you all the extras like Shop Local Days and Downtown Raleigh Alliance Days. As you know, this is a really treasured thing for the Downtown Raleigh Alliance. It was part of their program, so we're thrilled to be able to make this happen in downtown. That is us skating. The ice is officially frozen, and thank goodness, because the day we laid it, it was 75 degrees. So it's much better now. So I am here today to request a budget amendment that you will allow us to accept $100,000 in sponsorship proceeds for the rink presented by UNC Health.
Heck yes.
That is it.
Motion to approve. And thank you to UNC. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. Thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you for our staff for pulling this together. This is going to be a great hit. So thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. We'll see you at the rink.
Okay, so motion second. Everyone, approval? Anyone opposed? Okay, unanimous, clerk. Thank you.
And the next item is the annual financial report. Allison Bradshaw, the cat kind of got out of the bag a little bit last week at the work session, so she's going to bring it back so that you get a full overview of our financial accounting for the year.
Yeah, so good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Allison Bradshaw here with the Finance Department. Today, I will be covering the FY21 Annual Financial Report. The Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, no longer uses the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, as the acronym was found to be a derogatory slang word in other countries, and so as such, the GFOA immediately discontinued the use earlier this year, so I will be referring to this report as the Annual Report. So here is our agenda for today. I will cover important highlights of the annual report, general fund results, a focus on enterprise funds, the city's debt portfolio, and the results of the calculation of the excess capital reserves, which I shared in last week's work session on capital financing. A detailed memo was prepared and included with the agenda material, providing a much deeper dive on the components of the annual report, as well as the required auditor communication, which is called a SAS 114 letter. Also, there was a link provided to the city's website for those interested in the full annual report. It is a requirement of the Local Government Commission, or LGC, that the external auditor who completed the audit be available should you have questions. Scott Duda, our partner from Cherry Beckard, is available should you have questions. Also included in the agenda item is the full year FY21 report that Finance and Budget and Management Services prepares quarterly. This report goes into details on specific revenues, expenses, and enterprise funds. So before I begin, I want to thank the members of the Finance Department who worked diligently on the annual report. And I am pleased to inform you that the city received a clean opinion, and as noted in the SAS 114 letter, there are no concerns expressed by the external auditor relating to the audit. I do want to highlight that the opinion is really two parts. The first is over the financial statements, and the second covers grant compliance, which is referred to as the single audit. Since the onset of the pandemic in March 2020, the city has continued the important aspects of fiscal stewardship. Our strong internal control system continues to ensure appropriate checks and balances are in place. The city remained proactive in managing the continued impacts from revenue losses associated with the pandemic, and as a result, not only did the city meet or exceed financial policies, the city was able to continue commitment to funding long-term liabilities such as pension and retiree health care costs. The city was able to maintain the strong AAA ratings from the credit rating agencies, which is a continued reassurance that taxpayers and ratepayers are receiving the lowest interest rates available in the marketplace for the city's debt. All of these key components ensure that the city's finances remain strong and support solid fiscal stewardship. It truly is a responsibility all city staff share and our residents expect. Now let me transition to the fiscal year results for the general fund, which is the main operating fund of the city. There are several key areas here that I want to speak to. Overall, general fund revenues did exceed the budget. Property tax, which is the single largest revenue, with collecting, the city collected 99.9% of the budget. So while close, we didn't meet the budget despite lowering the collection rate assumptions. However, sales tax, which we anticipated to be the most impacted revenue of the pandemic, exceeded budget and collections were $22.6 million better than budget. The federal stimulus funding, which sent direct payments to American households, enabled sales tax to surpass our expectations. In addition, the major shift to online retail spending, which was fully captured in our sales tax collection due to the February 1st, 2020 requirement that all online vendors collect and remit sales tax. The timing of this shift allowed for the collection of sales tax resulting from online purchases, which was influenced by many of us who shifted to purchase consumable goods online during the shutdown and stay-at-home orders in place during portions of FY21. User fees were also impacted by the pandemic, and while collections slightly exceeded budget, those were driven by development services as permitting activity remained strong. Parks user fees did not make budget as a result of the stay-at-home orders in place during portions of the fiscal year. Expense management continued to be a major focus, and actual expenses came in at 94% of the budget. The general fund's operating revenue did exceed the expenses, and this excess increased the amount available in general capital reserves. Shifting now, the city has 6 enterprise operations that operate like a business, and users pay directly for the services. 4 of those enterprises met expectations, including Raleigh Water, Stormwater, Solid Waste Services, and Transit. We are aware of increased delinquencies surrounding customer utility bills, and staff from the enterprises are working closely together regarding outreach to customers to set up payment plans. We have detailed the results of those enterprises in the memo, and additional details are in the annual report on page 128. I do want to highlight 2 enterprises that were most impacted by the pandemic in FY21 and are continuing to see impacts in the current year. Those funds are the Convention Center, Complex, and Parking Operations. Each was provided a CARES Act allocation from the general fund in FY21 to help offset revenue losses. These are operations that we will continue to watch in the coming months. I shared this chart last week at the November 9th work session, and it highlights the city's allocation of debt between general government and enterprise debt, which supports our enterprise systems that I just spoke to. One item of note is the healthy balance the city has between general government debt and enterprise debt. We are a triple-rated credit entity for general obligation and Raleigh Water, and there are very few entities that hold that highest credit rating in both. Debt activity last fiscal year included the extension of the general government bands program, which essentially is a draw program, and we entered a new draw program for Raleigh Water to support their enterprise capital needs of up to $200 million. And every 2 years, we enter into installment financing arrangements to keep the city's large equipment fleet running with new vehicles and other important machinery needed in the daily operations of providing services to our citizens. And finally, each year with the close of the annual report, general capital reserves are calculated, and it is a source of cash funding for non-reoccurring items. The balance available is $20.8 million and is higher than in prior years, given the unprecedented collection of sales tax, which I spoke to earlier. And sales tax collection rates continue to remain strong. So today on Council's consent agenda, 2 items were appropriated, one to support the NC Freedom Park and one to support the temporary screen as a part of the public realm study. Both utilized a small amount of general capital reserves, And also with the approval of the $12 million to support the Dix Plaza Place site work, the balance that would remain is now $8.6 million. So thank you for your time today, and this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to address any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, and thank you, staff, for all your hard work on this annual project. I'm curious where we are with stormwater and the stormwater utilities use of debt.
And use of debt? Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for that. Staff has been meeting internally looking at the long-term rate structure and how that would support debt modeling for stormwater. I don't have a date that we'd be prepared to come back to council. Maybe that could be a part of the budget, annual budget process, but we are continuing discussions of what that model might look like.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
And so that concludes my report. And I would like to take just a personal point of privilege to thank staff for all of the work from IT, communications, the city attorney's office, the manager's office, and planning and development services to put together that redistricting website. I think if you go online this evening, you will see that there's a great attention to detail, and there were lots of meetings behind the scenes, and it's interactive for the public to be able to input feedback, and just proud of the work that we pulled off in about a week. Lots of meetings, lots of back and forth, but I think it will help set up the engagement process that will help carry this forward to the beginning of next year. Thank you.
Okay, next we have the Downtown Raleigh Alliance, Hillsborough Street Services Corp. And Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board report. I'm going to ask if our team needs a break for a minute. Okay, it is 4:02. Be back here in 5 minutes. We will take a break. Thank you.
So good afternoon. I'm Kirsten Larson with Budget Management Services Department. So in June 2020, Downtown Raleigh Alliance was selected to provide services in the Downtown Municipal Service District, and Hillsborough Street Community Services Corporation was selected to provide services in the Hillsborough Street MSD. So a requirement of state statutes that it governs the MSD provision, service provision and contracting is that council receive an annual report from the service provider. So Bill King will first provide the DRA's annual report, and Jeff Murison will next provide Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation report. So here's Bill King.
All right, thank you all so much. I'm Bill King with the Downtown Raleigh Alliance. In the interest of time, I'm going to be moving pretty fast through this presentation, so I apologize. I will be moving quickly through the slides. Obviously, I'm happy to go back and go through any and take any questions. And I'm really just going to focus on some of those highlights in these slides. So just a quick reminder of what Downtown Raleigh is. Municipal Service District is the dark red line you see there. Those boundaries have been set for quite a while. The dark black line is the downtown planning boundary, which is really what we consider downtown Raleigh. So you can see certainly overlap, but doesn't necessarily quite cover the entire downtown area. The 4 areas of service we provide through this Municipal Service District contract are safety, economic development, targeted marketing and communications, conflict resolution. I'm going to hit a few highlights in each service area. As part of our work, we do an annual survey that's also required in the state statutes. And so we had over 1,000 responses this year. We had a lot of residents and businesses and workers respond. So you can see real quickly a few of the top areas of interest for municipal services. In this district, small business support and retail recruitment were at the very top. We have a very robust program in that. More offerings in arts and culture, diversity, equity, inclusion, and then parking and transportation were some of those key areas. So you'll see that folded in throughout our work here in this presentation. As we entered 2021, we really focused on 4 strategic goals. Improving our downtown economy is in that first goal. Our second goal is really using this moment, this pandemic, as an opportunity to rethink how we've come through this, what's worked well, and let's build a downtown for everyone that reflects some new needs and interests and lessons learned. Our third goal is around making this an engaging place to live, work, and visit. And then our fourth goal is really focused on safety and security. So as you can see, there's a nice alignment with both the results there from that survey, but also with the Municipal Service District contract. So I'll walk through our first goal. That's really our economic development-oriented strategic goal around improving our storefront economy. So we've got several grant programs. We've recruited new entrepreneurs to downtown Raleigh, which is great. We have a number of promotions and then quite a few marketing programs. And so this is really our core services in economic development. We've obviously do a lot on data and research. If you go to our website, you'll see a lot of that, the charts there from our quarterly economic development report. We've done a lot of retail recruitment. We helped recruit grocery stores to downtown Raleigh, along with a lot of locally owned businesses. Grant administration, we support office recruitment with our partners at the Chamber. We do policy studies and feedback, problem solving, and also work closely with the city on urban planning issues in the downtown area. Last year, during this fiscal year, we did administer the Duke Energy Grant, which was a privately supported grant, but gave businesses, 97 small businesses in downtown, over $366,000 in awards. This was a tremendous program. It funded outdoor dining expansions, new websites, takeout windows, really ways to survive the pandemic. We transitioned that grant program into the storefront upfit grant. So we previously, prior to the pandemic, had a retail upfit grant. We still have that, so retailers are the primary focus of this, but we did expand this to include more eligible uses in areas of need, such as the Fayetteville Street District. So in other words, what that means is restaurants and other services are eligible as we try to get the Fayetteville Street District in particular back on its feet. In this year, we've already awarded more than $25,000, and we have 4 more businesses in review in this program. We also worked on pop-ups. So if you recall, we had a tough year in 2020, so we tried to fill some storefronts with temporary uses and had a tremendous amount of success there. We recruited 4 pop-ups during the last fiscal year to downtown. 2 of them signed longer-term leases, which is great. So Black Friday Market and then Triangle Pop-Up, which is now known as Curate, had such good experiences, they've extended their time with us, which is a really great part of that program. Quickly, other metrics on our economic development team produced. We did the State of Downtown report. We have an interactive weblet, which is a website with all the data. It's really cool, so it's a great opportunity for investors and companies looking at downtown. As you can see, we featured almost 500 businesses on our social media, did 5 small business workshops, and we're able to add some new staff. In our marketing and promotions, we just wrapped up another Downtown Raleigh Restaurant Week. Shop the Season is coming up. That's our local retailer promotion. We did Downtown Raleigh Loyal, which I'll walk you through real quick. So this was, we did 2 campaigns. We did Take a Detour from the Ordinary, which is our marketing campaign outside of Raleigh. So that was really getting people to come back to downtown, leaned into the idea that downtown is different. We are unique, so we're not ordinary. And that had a tremendous amount of exposure. We had over 9.5 million impressions on that campaign, which is great. And then we did a contest called Downtown Raleigh Loyal, where you uploaded your receipt and you could win prizes. And we had 2,000 entries in that contest. And so we were also able to track the amount of spending there, which was great too. So we're able to see real economic impact. We also built a one-stop shop website for all our online stores for downtown retailers last year. And we featured over 250 businesses on our social media. Right now, so some of the results you're seeing from that work in economic development, we've now had over 50 new or expanded storefront businesses open in 2021, which is great. That's nearing a historic high down here. We've had 27 businesses reopen since February 1st. We have more than 15 in our pipeline. You can see how we're doing on food and beverage sales. So we're starting to tick back up. We did have a dip in August with the Delta variant, recovered some in September, but not all the way back to July levels. I will note there is a little bit of unevenness in this number, as I presented to you at the work session back in the late spring. I know it's a little bit of a challenging chart to read. The orange line that you see there is Glenwood South. So that's the Glenwood South district, which is performing 29% above its pre-pandemic sales. So really since the spring, it has been above pre-pandemic sales and continues to be. The purple line towards the bottom is the Fayetteville Street district. So you can see Fayetteville Street district is at 59% of pre-pandemic sales. So we talk about downtown's recovery. It has been an uneven recovery. So parts of downtown have accelerated and recovered faster. Fayetteville Street area is really affected by the working from home for our office workers, lack of business travel, lack of conventions, lack of events. So we're hopeful that as we go to 2022, we'll continue to have that increase in normalcy. And you can see there have been strides in sales, but we still have work to do in downtown. Goal 2 is really, how do we use this opportunity to rethink how we do things? We don't have to come back the same way we were before. So we've really focused this in 2 ways, which is providing new space to different types of entrepreneurs and our public realm. And so obviously a few weeks ago, you guys saw the Raleigh Main Street program. This is a great partnership with Raleigh Founded, Hub Kitchens. And so this will be a great opportunity to provide space and training right on Fayetteville Street for minority and women-owned entrepreneurs. But another program similar to this I want to highlight is our pop-up shops at Martin Street, which open next week. This is right next to the Mecca and Carol's Kitchen. So this is space that we're leasing at DRA, and this will be pop-up retail space for minority and women-owned entrepreneurs. So we're able to provide affordable space, flexible space, partnership with Wake Tech. We're really excited about this. So stay tuned. We'll be announcing the tenants that we've selected very soon, and we're hopeful to be open by Black Friday. You all have seen the public realm study, so I'm certainly not going to hit this very hard. As you know, we did this to really think about what we've learned in this pandemic and how we can continue to incorporate those changes. It was a very robust process of public outreach, a lot of meetings, a lot of stakeholder groups, a lot of research, a lot of recommendations, and we're very thankful to the city staff for the extraordinary work they've done on this. And I think next time you get an update on this, you're going to see they've really accomplished a lot of this, and we're very thankful to you all for prioritizing this work and to the staff for doing this work. As you can see, some of the impact we've already had. You heard about the outdoor ice rink at Red Hat Amphitheater, expanded outdoor dining as well, curbside zones. We've been able to do a lot of really cool activations that have come out of that, including our Jazz in the Square and our lunch concert. So it's been a very impactful study. It's a good example of the type of work we as an organization can do that's a little bit different than any other organization. Finally, goal 3 is really make downtown a fun place to live, work, and visit. And so this is where we have everything from First Friday to Dine Out Downtown, Moore Square Market. We really try to make this an exciting place. We have not had a week without an event or an activation since March. So we've been doing at least one event every single week. Dine Out Downtown was the one we did last fiscal year, really in the teeth of the pandemic. We closed streets, provided that space for restaurants to be able to expand. We moved it all through different districts of downtown. It was so successful last fall that we rotated it through all 4 districts and brought it back every weekend from April through June, and now we do it on First Friday. So it's a great way to provide energy to First Friday and help businesses. We moved Moore Square Market to Sundays. We improved attendance by over 500%. We also accept SNAP benefits at that, so to make it equitable and accessible to everyone, but it's been a great partnership with the Raleigh Parks Department. Jazz in the Square was a tremendous success. We really had no idea how this would go. This was a 6-week Thursday night concert series. We did it Thursdays to stretch the week, so we're doing pretty well on weekends. We needed some help on weekdays, and we had a really great, diverse crowd, local jazz bands, really fun, great activation. We did Outdoor Office on Union Station Plaza. That was a 2-week activation during the daytime to get office workers back, provided furniture and free Wi-Fi. Cinema in the Square, we just wrapped up. Another great partnership with Raleigh Parks. That was free movies in the park. Really lovely, and a lot of good crowds came out for that, so something we're hopeful to bring back next year. And then finally, Noon Tunes was our Wednesday lunch concerts, and we're also thankful to the city for your partnership on the futsal court. And then we did several public art projects. As you can see, we did both partnerships with other community groups as well as our own, including the tallest mural in the city of Raleigh, so an 8-story mural on the AT&T building. Another good example of organizations like ours, we're able to work with the private sector. We knew the building owner. We're able to work with the public sector in the city of Raleigh to get it done, and we're able to fundraise for it. So really exciting public art project to help bring life to downtown. And what you're seeing now in some of our numbers, we're at 96% occupied in our apartments downtown. Our pedestrian counts are picking up, so we're at almost similar pedestrian traffic to where we were pre-pandemic. But again, I will say there's a lot of lumpiness in this data. So what you'll see is this chart that looks kind of like an EKG chart. That represents weekends. So those peaks are weekends, right? So we're seeing a lot of spikes on Saturdays and Sundays, a lot less so on weekdays. It's gotten better. But that's where we really are going to be focusing, is how do we get people back on weekdays? That's where we're still having quiet times in the downtown area. Final goal was really to improve our sense of safety and security in downtown. So this is our ambassador team, and focusing on areas of concern. We upped our ambassador staff from 12 to 15 over the last year. They do patrols on foot, bikes, Segway. They do a lot of business check-ins. And then we also hired a social services ambassador. And so this is our social worker. She's done a tremendous job. As you can see, she did almost 500 wellness checks. That was as of June. She's gone well past that now. Referrals for food and clothing and medical help and shelter. So she's done a really great job. We're thankful to you all for providing support to hire a second social worker, which we're in the process of doing right now. And then we also obviously provide problem solving and strategy. I think you can see how we did that throughout our work. The public realm study was a good example of that. Finding where there's opportunity to solve problems and bringing the community together to do so. And then we also do community meetings. So we do general meetings twice a year called Downtown Rundowns, additional meetings as needed. So coming up in economic development, we have our economic development strategy, which also we're very thankful to you all for supporting. I mentioned our pop-ups at Martin Street and our Main Street program, and then continuing to administer the storefront upfit grant to attract new retailers to downtown. In marketing, we'll have Shop the Season, so that supports local retailers, more contests, restaurant promotions, and then of course, on safety, I mentioned our social services ambassador. And then in activations, I'm excited. This week, Friday night, we have the downtown tree lighting, so we're very thankful for our partnership with the city here. So the tree will be up in front of the Duke Energy Center, and that will be broadcast live on ABC 11. So please tune in for that. And then we also have Illuminate, which is our downtown art walk. That will open first Friday of December, and we are bringing in a major light installation that has traveled all over the world. And it'll be an interactive light installation located on City Plaza. We're going to release a lot more information about that at the start of next week, but this is going to be a major attraction, something really, really cool for downtown. So between the ice rink, the tree, and Illuminate, we're going to have a really cool holiday season in downtown Raleigh. My final slide is really where we need continued support. We need continued support on bringing back office workers and ways to create a fun work environment. We still have a lot of people who have the choice on where they work. We want them to choose downtown. So whether that's programs or policies that support bringing back office workers. We need that help to support our businesses here. We certainly could use safety and security support. Obviously, we do have quieter times in downtown where increased safety and security support would be appreciated and is appreciated. Help providing resources to those in need on our streets. Obviously, we've jumped into this with our social worker, but there's other opportunities there. And I know that that's been a focus recently, but we do have people in need on our streets. We want to make sure they're okay for the winter and long term. We still have ideas in that public realm study that I think could really bring some great life to downtown. So it's been a tremendous amount of work, but there's still some opportunities there to bring some really cool ideas to downtown to help bring us back. And continue support for policies that help our small businesses recover. You guys did that today with the small business parking program. So policies there that really help us recover. We've come a long way, but we're not all the way there back. And we certainly had a challenging 2020, so we've still got some recovery to do. Finally, shop and eat downtown. So particularly during the holidays here, please come downtown and support us. And thank you again for having us as your municipal service district provider, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions for Bill? Councilmember Melton? Oh, can't hear you. Technology. Well, we're trying to reach Jonathan. Does anybody else have any questions? Hey, Bill, I'm just going to tell you, you all have done an amazing job past 18 months through the pandemic, bringing people together, getting people back out downtown. Yes, we still have work to do, but just an amazing effort. So thank you for that. Councilmember Melton, are you back? Hey, hopefully. So I have a question. Bill, where are we on the kiosks? That is something we've discussed for 4 years.
So that's currently being explored right now, and I know there's been discussions between us and the city staff on that. So right now there's a lot to work out and figure out to bring that back to you all for consideration, but that's currently being looked at, and there's a lot of good work going on behind the scenes to make sure that that's sort of all figured out when it is brought back to you.
Okay, and the other thing I wanted to mention too is we have the menorah lighting on Monday night. So just wanted to bring that up as well. Councilmember Melton, I just asked about the kiosks. I don't know if you heard the response or not, but they are still working on that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, I heard the response, so I was just going to say I saw that last slide, the temporary signs, and so I was going to ask the same question that you did, Mayor, so thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, well, thank you so much, Bill. Like I said, we appreciate your hard work and look forward to continuing the partnership. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all. Thank you all so much for your partnership. I appreciate it.
Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Hillsborough Street Community Services Corp.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Jeff Murison, President and CEO of the Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today and share with you our year-end review. Just a little bit of background about the organization. We are the municipal service district for Hillsborough Street. It's about a 3-mile-long corridor along Hillsborough Street to NC State. You can see here our boundary in this map. We're a small team. We have 3 full-time professionals, 4 ambassadors, and 2 part-time staff, plus a team of interns. With that team, we deliver a full range of services and programs for our stakeholders, very similar to the activities of the Downtown Raleigh Alliance. We're governed by a board of volunteers. These are diverse stakeholders who are committed to the corridor and making Hillsborough Street the best it can be. Our year in review, obviously 2020-21 was very, very challenging with the students away, the volume of commerce that depleted dramatically, pedestrian levels dropped off. But in the end, as we've recovered, we've got a lot of very positive signs. Our office vacancy and retail vacancy rates are extremely low. Our food and beverage sales have come back. And amazingly, we've had 15 businesses open and only 8 closed. So that's a very solid recovery. You can see here that our food and beverage sales during this period has it inched back month over month. That's continued into the fall once the university reopened. And so we're during the pandemic, we focused on communications with our stakeholders. We did regular weekly updates to all of our community. We added a merchant newsletter to help push out the information to them for all the recovery services and programs that were available to them. Every other week, we produce a newsletter with the economic matrix on the data that we're tracking. When the recovery was well underway, we added and the labor market tightened up, we added a job posting on our website to help the merchants find employees. We've started doing events again. We partnered with Raleigh Little Theater for a movie in the garden program. But and then in the holiday season last year, we focused on activating the corridor with the holiday lights. We've also added a universal Hillsborough Street dollar card. This allows you to use this virtual card anywhere throughout the corridor and our participating merchants. We've also created a program to support and promote our women and minority-owned businesses through what we call our merchant superheroes. So that was a great campaign this past year. We've done a lot in the arts. We've got a lot of public art installations that we've partnered with this year. This is an example of some of them. In addition, this mural is part of the Impact Partner Grant that we got with your support, is being painted as we speak. It's already started to be a selfie location as people are taking their pictures with it, even while it's being painted, so that's really positive. The rain garden that was added during the Phase 2 streetscape improvement is also getting public art as well as new landscaping as part of another one of those Impact Partner grants. Of course, the foundation of our programming is our Clean and Safe team, our ambassadors. We have 4 ambassadors that have been with us for 5 years. All 4 have been with us for 5 years. They do an incredible job keeping our street clean and welcoming. They're out there 7 days a week, removing graffiti, picking up trash, helping our visitors. Right now, they're removing leaves left and right. So they do an incredible job, and we really appreciate their dedicated service to the community, making it look its best every day. Moving forward, we're going to continue to work on the recovery as we come out of the pandemic. We've got additional arts activation activities, programs for improving the economics for our merchants. We've already started planning for the holidays, and we've had our first planning meeting for Pack-A-Palooza. So events are beginning to come back, and we look forward to those helping to bring foot traffic back to the corridor. As you can see, this is the food and beverage sales really through this calendar year. It's continued to grow. It did have a little slippage in September. We think that's probably because students got more into their routine once they've been back for a month. So we're going to keep working on that and focus on how to make sure that those transactions keep going. We do have a great pipeline of development projects along the corridor. 2 were completed this year, 2 are under construction, and we have a bunch that are in the process of planning. So we have a good, strong pipeline looking out into the future. And I want to end with thanking our team. We have a great team of professionals who work every day really hard to make our street as successful as possible, and I want to personally thank them for all their hard work. With that, I want to end with just one little chart. This is pedestrian counts on a quiet Saturday in the fall until about 7:30 when the Wolfpack beat Clemson, and then you can see that it flooded the street. So we'll take days like that all year long. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, we'll take wins like that all the time.
Every Saturday.
Yes. Do we have any questions for Jeff? Okay, Jeff, no questions. Thank you for your thorough job. Thanks for your good work. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. Evan Raleigh with the City Manager's Office. We have with us this afternoon Andrea Martinez, who is the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board Secretary, to provide you with an overview of their FY22 work plan and to share a couple of bylaw amendments that they would like to have considered. So I'll bring Andrea to the podium.
Yes, thank you so much. It's newly Andrea Langua. So thank you so much for having me today, and I bring the greetings of both of the chairs from perfect 5-3 struggle. I bring the greetings from the chair members of the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board. We're really proud of what we were able to do over this past year, because a lot of the work that we have achieved in this past year was just getting this board off the ground. And so really coming together and getting concerted, having our subcommittees come together and still doing work all the while. I'm just profoundly impressed with what we've been able to achieve. So in our past year in review, we were able to collaborate with HRC commissions and DEI umbrella boards. As you know, these topics have been of special importance in the past year. They've always been important, but they have received more focus in the past year, as rightly so. We also were able to write statements in support of these communities, like the AAPI community and Stop Asian Hate. We introduced interpreters to these meetings. As you know, being that we are a Hispanic and Immigrant board, there are several languages that are present on our board that are spoken by them, and so that'll be a recurrent theme throughout this presentation of that increased need for our board and the people that we serve. We've also began collaborating on a language access plan. I know we've worked with the members' specific organizations that they represent on our board, as well as other boards and commissions in the city of Raleigh, to engage that work. We joined community engagement task force boards to create more of that inclusion in city engagement, created ad hoc subcommittees to assist those community engagement efforts, assisted Guatemalan Association Logistics Planning Committee, and Dix Park special event processes and proclamation processes. Our board members were selected to participate in several City of Raleigh virtual sessions and in review panels, and we were also able to achieve together with City Council of that Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation, and several groups in the City of Raleigh and Wake County broadly were happy to be featured. And one of the events that we were able to get off the ground this year, which I was especially proud of, was a virtual book reading with a local Latina author, Carolina Fonseca, and that was just a lot of fun and something to introduce part of Latinx culture to the city. Like many other boards and commissions, we've had our unique set of challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We met on our assigned days for a total of 9 meetings, 2 retreats included, from September to October. And due to COVID, and among other reasons, we had those increased number of absences, and some in excess of 6 per person, and we were unable to meet quorum. So because of this is part of the reason why we have asked for some of those changes to those bylaws. For that, we seek 3 main changes to our bylaws as it relates to alternates, so that we're able to fill in that work whenever those absences or resignations do occur, and the ability to still work through even when that those absences are there, excused absences, that is. So these are some of the goals of our subcommittee for this next year. As you know, this is a presentation of our work plan. We hope to continue this work of the language access plan, and part of that is not only accessibility for immigrant communities, Latinx communities, but also for the disability community, so seeking input from that community for ASL services, accessibility, and the website, things of that nature, and events. Create that communication plan to inform and educate Hispanic and immigrant communities. A huge part of this budget for our board, and for one other board that I imagine on Raleigh's boards and commissions is interpretation and translation. To even meet together internally at a board, that is quite the cost. Interpreters are a valued service, and so being able to provide that service so our internal members can access, and not to mention the community, it costs a lot of money. So we have budgeted for the whole board $3,000 to include those monthly board meetings as well as subcommittee meetings, and that includes simultaneous interpreting services so that they can access those meetings at the same time, so they can actually engage. Print materials and promotional services, those numbers as you see here. We hope to also continue in community engagement and celebration to complete community mapping about the specific needs and immigrant communities represented all throughout the city of Raleigh, and continue community conversations. So you see again, those simultaneous interpretations, quite the cost, promotions, facilitators, and speaker fees, to only apply, of course, to external participants, and then miscellaneous costs that are associated with those events that will be ongoing. In our social justice and public safety committees, we hope to better understand what City of Raleigh is doing related to concerns affecting the immigrant communities in safety and social justice. We've already hit the ground running with several of those issues in supporting COVID vaccination events, for example, and partnering with each other in the networks that already exist within our board to support those events and that information. We hope to continue that with partnering with community organizations to increase that equitable access to COVID-19 education and vaccination events, and recommend in the future, in collaboration with another city board, an increase in city budget for that language access, and request city create a language access plan, as well as deepen in connection to support the Dix Edge study area, as we know that that is an incredibly diverse community full of Latinx and immigrant communities. For those events, we have budgeted $3,000 and $500 towards affordable housing. And economic development, which I personally am a part of that subcommittee, we are hoping to identify an economic business leaders, a sort of database for resources for the immigrant community. We've already collaborated and gotten in contact with Chamber of Commerce for some of those resources, and are moving forward with collaborating in different events. Our first one is happening next month to inform immigrant communities about how to start a business and where to get started, and the resources the City of Raleigh provides for those small businesses. Most of that budget for that committee comes out of translation services. So here is our final proposed budget. Communications Committee, $2,500, budget for interpretation. You can see all those numbers broken down here. It is quite the cost burden for us to bear that interpretation cost again, so that is why that cost is elevated. It's just the reality of the work that we do and are hoping to continue to do and do more of in the future. So roughly 40% of that budget is for those interpretation and translation services. It's not easy. It's not so much something that can be done on a volunteer basis, because it is extremely intensive. And I can speak to that personally because I know people in the translation and interpretation realm. It can be difficult, so definitely needs a professional. And then this is the list of our board members. Thank you so much, and I'll entertain any questions right now.
Do we have any questions? Great job. Thank you for being here with us today and enlightening us as to what you were working on. Councilmember Fort?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the work plan of the board, but I know there's been some ongoing conversation about their bylaws, and so I'd like to hold that item back for further conversation with the city clerk and the city attorney.
Okay, so we directing them to work with the committee on this?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Seconded by Councilmember Branch. All in favor? Okay. Anyone opposed? All right. Good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Great to see y'all. Adios.
Thank you. Okay, now we have matters scheduled for public hearing.
Madam Mayor, may I ask
Yes.
a request to move number 2 to number 1, please?
That is National Drive.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you.
All right, we will start with National Drive. No one has signed up to speak in opposition.
Good afternoon. I'm John Anagnos from Planning and Development. And the case you have before you is Z-31-21 at National Drive in Glenwood Exchange Place. And so this site is around 11 acres of an existing office park on the east side of Glenwood Avenue, just south of I-440. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this case with a margin of 8-0. Next slide, please. Here you can see the site. I do want to point out that the applicant has not included a portion of 2 of the parcels that are part of this zoning case. That area is marked in red on this image, so it's the easternmost part of the site where it approaches the neighborhood to the east, and that area is about 200 feet wide. I'll also mark at this point the boundary between the 20-story and 5-story districts is here. So to the right of that line is proposed for 5 stories, and to the left is proposed for, 12 stories.
John, just
Next
so
slide,
you
please.
know, we actually can't see when you draw on the map.
Oh, I apologize. Okay.
Yeah,
So basically,
sorry.
the parcels on the eastern portion of the site are proposed for the 5-story district, and then those parcels, basically along the on-ramp of 440, are those that are proposed for 12 stories. So there are a number of conditions that are proposed with this request, and the first several conditions are largely have the impact of making this requested commercial mixed-use district more similar to a neighborhood mixed-use or office mixed-use district, and that's by prohibiting certain uses and then applying standards to the remaining uses that replicate a lot of the standards that are found in the Unified Development Ordinance when those uses are found in the neighborhood mixed-use or office mixed-use districts. So making this more similar to an NX or OX proposal. I'll also note number 4, restricting the total square footage of many of the uses that are allowed in commercial mixed use, but not allowed as standalone uses in some of those other districts. Next slide, please. Again, so some of these conditions making the request similar to NX or OX, and then specifying that hotels would only be allowed along that 440 on-ramp area, and then a total trip budget for development on the site. So that's a slight reduction over what staff has estimated as the total development intensity. A rough estimate of that reduction is somewhere in the range of 5 to 10% less than what we're showing in the staff report, but making it clear how many trips could be developed by development of the site. And then the final conditions require a multi-use path or a wider sidewalk, so a sidewalk fitting more into the streetscape associated with a mixed-use street or a main street type, as opposed to the other option being available to them would be the minimum 6-foot wide commercial street sidewalk, so clarifying that either that wider sidewalk or a multi-use path will be provided along National Drive. I do want to note that this site, because of that buffer area at the east side adjacent to the neighboring neighborhood, there would not be direct access from this site to the Greenway Trail, the Crabtree Creek Greenway Trail. Though the office park does have access to the Greenway Trail, this condition requiring the multi-use path or wider sidewalk would not reach the Greenway Trail because the site does not actually reach that access point. And then the final 2 conditions requiring landscaping similar to what would be required if the application retained the Special Highway Overlay District. Part of the request is to remove the Special Highway Overlay District that applies to I-440, which would otherwise require either tree conservation or planting area along the on-ramp. Next slide, please. Here you can see the total development enabled by the request. As you can guess, it's an increase due to the increase in allowed height to 12 stories in a portion of the site. There are asterisks here to note that while you see these estimates, those are likely reduced, as I said before, by about 5 or 10% by the trip budget condition. Next slide, please. So the request is overall consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. because of the conditions requiring the uses to more closely match the office mixed use and neighborhood mixed use districts, and then is also consistent with the urban form map because of the landscaping requirements and the zoning conditions that replicate the special highway overlay district, which is in conformance with the parkway recommendation that is on I-440. Next slide, please. A number of consistent policies apply to this case related to the desire in the comprehensive plan for additional development in areas that have an integration of uses, access to transit, access to multimodal transportation facilities, in this case a greenway trail, and then the compliance with the parkway corridor on I-440. Next slide, please. The final inconsistent policy is related to the fact that there is a transit emphasis corridor that is mapped on a very small portion of this site along Glenwood Avenue that would suggest some attention to the way that buildings relate to the street. This is a nuanced policy because we really don't want buildings to relate to Glenwood Avenue in the way that the urban form map thinks of that relationship. It would be appropriate for them to have a high-quality urban form in relation to the internal street of the site, National Drive. So this is a pretty minor inconsistency, and overall the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. And as I noted at the beginning, the Planning Commission did recommend approval. And so I'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Do we have any questions for staff? Okay. No one, as I said, has signed up to speak in opposition. We will now ask the applicant if there's anything that they would like to present, and please start the timer. I'm assuming Michael Birch is here to speak.
Yes, Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners, and also on with me today is Gordon Grubb, Ann Stoddard, Anthony Smithson, all with Grubb Ventures, as well as some other team members who are on to answer questions if there are any. If we could go ahead 3 slides, please. Actually, right there. Sorry, back one. So as background, the area that you see in red is the area that we are rezoning, but it's part of the larger suburban office park, the old Koger Center that has been owned by Grubb Ventures since 1999. In 2005, Gordon began pursuing a redevelopment vision, and the first step of that was developing the office building down at 3700, which is kind of at the bottom of your screen on the east side of Glenwood. Since that time, and kind of following a lot of input from the adjacent neighborhood, Grubb Ventures has developed the Sojourn at Glenwood Place apartments, which are the apartments that you see kind of they're backing up to the neighborhood. That also has some ground level retail. There's the new office building at 3800, which is again just kind of south of the red district area, and that will have ground level retail as well. And then new apartment building, the residence at Glenwood Place, is under construction there as well, just to the planned east. And so we are now coming forward with a rezoning that is limited in scope, about 11 acres out of the 40 or so acres that make up Glenwood Place. And as noted, this does not include the 210-foot wide area adjacent to the neighbors that will remain as currently zoned, as kind of promised to the neighbors a number of years ago. And I also note that it doesn't change height for about 300 feet adjacent to those neighbors. So the purpose of this rezoning is really to facilitate the redevelopment of the remaining portion of Glenwood Place in a way that locates height away from the neighborhood, continues the vision for a truly integrated mixed-use development, predominantly office and residential, but with ground floor retail, restaurant uses that will serve the residents and the occupants of this development, but also the surrounding neighborhood, and will also have integrated active uses with structured parking. Redevelopment will also capitalize on this site's access to alternate modes of transportation. The site's served by Go Raleigh Route 6 and 16. Route 6 is planned for increased frequency. This site also has direct access to the Crabtree Creek Greenway Trail, which connects to the adjacent neighborhood and to much of the city. And in fact, in stopping by one of the new tenants who just opened recently, the owner noted this morning that they've actually had someone visit them as far away as 5 miles via the Greenway. So even with this new retail restaurants coming online, they're already experiencing visitors from the Greenway Trail. If we could skip ahead 3 slides. Right there is great. Thank you. So in addition to providing numerous conditions aimed at ensuring compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, wanted to kind of, again, identify these proposed zoning districts for you and how far away the 12 stories is from the adjacent neighbors. If you go to the next slide, the neighbors, 2 more, sorry. And 1 more. The neighbors had asked us during the Planning Commission review to help them understand kind of the visibility of development from the adjacent neighborhood. And so we pressed pause at the Planning Commission to provide these sightline exhibits to the neighborhood. We provided those to the neighborhood and to the Planning Commission, and it was kind of based on these, the Planning Commission recommended unanimously approval of the case. We can share these exhibits, but they all show that, the 12-story district area is a great distance away from the neighborhood, and many of these views are obstructed by mature trees that are conservatively, 80, 90 feet in height. And in many places that vegetation is at least 125 feet wide and zoned CM. So kind of all of these demonstrate, that the views, the adjacent neighborhood should really not have any view of the 12-story area. And although the 12-story district does permit buildings up to 12 stories, we certainly don't expect that all the buildings in that area to be 12 stories. And as John mentioned, the staff report acknowledges that our condition limits intensity in a way that really would not allow that area to be built out fully to 12 stories in every area. So just want to conclude, we're consistent with the future land use map, urban form map, comp plan, compatible with the surrounding area, reasonable and in the public interest because we're increasing housing supply and variety in this area, and we're locating housing and employment opportunities within walking distance to retail and to frequent bus transit and into the Greenway. We have had conversations with Councilor Knight, and he has asked that we consider some additional conditions, particularly regarding parking deck screening. And so, we are asking council to allow us to come back on December 7th. In the meantime, we will submit new conditions, but would look to, again, come back on December 7th for action. That concludes our presentation, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? No? Councilmember Knight?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will comment further at the, I think I recommend closing the public hearing tonight and then allowing Mr. Birch to work on some conditions and bring it back in, I guess it's actually 3 weeks, but for us to vote on this.
Okay, is that a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, clerk. All right, the hearing is now closed. This will be brought back to us for to review the conditions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go back to the first item, which is public nuisances. No one signed us up to speak for or against any of these items.
Madam Mayor, you have the clerk.
Yes, clerk.
Yes, before you start, the public nuisances, the first one, 507 Ashford Street, should be withdrawn as I think it has been paid. Thank you.
Thank you, clerk.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I think the documentation's in the backup for all council members. A lot of these were nuisance. And if you were to open and close the hearing, I think we would probably move this one along. Because I think you have a motion that'd be ready to move forward.
Okay. We'll open and close the hearing. Please go.
I move to move forward with staff recommendations.
We have a second. Seconded by Councilmember Melton. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, clerk. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z36 Needham Road. No one has signed up to speak in opposition.
Good afternoon again. This is zoning case Z-36-21. This site is located south of Buffalo Road on the west side of Forestville Road, almost 45 acres. And the request is to rezone.
If we could have a brief presentation.
You got it. So the existing zoning, agriculture productive and residential 4 with the special highway overlay, and then request to rezone to residential 10 with conditions. Next slide, please. This is just illustrating that the parcels that had been previously identified as common tax parcels with some of these on the west side of 540 are not included in this request. Next slide, please. There are 4 zoning conditions, the first of which prohibits certain uses, and then limiting the total number of dwelling units, prohibiting apartments, and limiting the number of units within a townhouse building. Next slide, please. So an increase of about double in the total number of dwelling units that could occur on the site with this request. Next slide, please. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan because it is consistent with the future land use policy and is appropriate density and building type in relation to existing development nearby. Next slide, please. It does not provide much in the way of amenity areas or open space areas through zoning conditions. There is low access to public park facilities at this site, and so that would be a benefit to future residents if they do not have access to a vehicle to travel to public parks. Next slide, please. And the Planning Commission recommended approval for this request, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for staff? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing then. We have several people signed up to speak in support. I would ask the applicant to come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Toby Coleman with Smith Anderson, 150 Fayetteville Street, on behalf of the applicants, the various property owners, as well as D.R. Horton, the ultimate developer in this case. We do have a presentation, but in keeping with your request to keep things brief, I'll just note that John did a very good job in his presentation. This is a project that is south of the Buffalo Road I-540 interchange. We are sensitive to that, and in fact did work with staff to identify needed off-site road improvements along that corridor. Staff has recommended a payment of a fee in lieu. D.R. Horton has agreed to that, and both myself and the rest of the development team are online and available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Branch?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 16th, 2021, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
Do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you, Clerk. That passes unanimously. Next, we have zoning Z3821 Knoll Street. No one has signed up to speak in opposition.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to rezone just over 37 acres from IX3 with a SHOD 2 to CX5. That's the commercial mixed use space district 5-story height limit with conditions in that same overlay. This is consistent with the plan overall, but not with the future land use map nor the urban form map. Planning Commission recommended approval 7-1 and had concerns about the hazardous waste site associated in the adjacent industrial use area. So quick aerial of the site. We're on the west side of Hammond, east of Wilmington Street, and the Knowles Street address is a street that tees into Newbold on the west side of the site. So they have proposed some conditions here. They're limiting residential development to 350 units. They've prohibited a handful of uses, and they're also specifying a particular type of transition along the western property line. The net result here is reduction, actually, in residential entitlement, a modest increase in office square footage, and they're actually removing their industrial entitlement. Retail entitlement stays about the same. So again, lack of frontage makes it inconsistent with the urban form map, but consistent with the plan overall. So that frontage is, again, future land use map issue here. And the reduction in density is making it inconsistent with zoning for housing, and zoning away from the industrial mixed use puts it inconsistent with that policy. If you approve this, you are also by default approving an amendment to the plan that would change the future land use map designation here from business and commercial services to community mixed use. Again, the Planning Commission did recommend approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have before you open the hearing.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions of Bynum? Okay, I am going to open the public hearing. Again, no one has signed up to speak in opposition. Do we have anybody from the representing the applicant?
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin. This is Jamie Schwedler with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street, and my colleague Mark Frederick is available to do a very short presentation.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Mark Frederick with Parker Poe, Adams and Bernstein at 301 Fayetteville Street on behalf of the applicant. As Jamie mentioned, she's on the line as well. And we also have Michael Vamprin, our civil engineer, who is available to answer questions. As Bynum noted, the rezoning site is approximately 36 acres and is currently vacant. It's currently zoned industrial, although it is located directly east of the Hertford Village residential subdivision and separated from the heavy industrial sites to the east by Hammond Road. The city's planning policies generally encourage development on the site, including the future land use map, which designates the site for business and commercial services. The urban form map places this site within the core transit area, which follows the BRT Southern Corridor along South Wilmington Street. The purple circle on the urban form map is a transit station area designated as an emerging urban center. The comprehensive plan recommends heights up to 12 stories for emerging urban centers, with transitions down to meet adjacent lower scale developments. The property is also within the Southern Gateway Area Plan, which recognizes the corridor lacks a cohesive character and identity caused by many vacant and underutilized sites, and identifies a need for infill development to create more consistent development. Next slide, please. Despite the comprehensive plan's support for development on this site, there are significant physical constraints which render nearly half the property undevelopable. This slide shows an aerial of the site and constraints created by a combination of the floodplain, city easements, partial conservation management zoning, a greenway easement, and topographical challenges. All of this results in a very limited amount of developable area, which is concentrated to the northwest corner, adjacent to the industrial uses to the north, and the single-family homes in Hertford Village to the west. With that in mind, we're requesting a CX5 CU designation, retaining the conservation management zoning, and the SHOD 2 overlay on the northern portion of the site. The three proposed zoning conditions would limit residential units to 350 if the site is developed for residential uses. The second prohibits certain uses that are inconsistent with transit-oriented development. And the third condition addresses the transition along the western property line. Next slide, please. This slide shows the text of that proposed condition for the transition, which essentially will create a consistent 50-foot buffer between our site and the residential uses to the west. Next slide, please. As noted in the Planning Commission's recommendation, this request is compatible with the property and the surrounding area, is overall consistent with the comprehensive plan, and is in the public's interest. We request your vote to approve tonight and are happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions of the applicant? Okay, then I'm going to close the hearing. Clerk?
You did receive one letter of opposition that has been forwarded to you. That's just a statement for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion on this matter?
It'd be my motion. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 16, 2021, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Okay, do we have a second? I will second. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, clerk. Thank you. Next, we have the vehicle fuel sales use standards, TC 1321.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Justin Rometto with Planning and Development. This is the text change that was held over. The public hearing was held open from your last meeting. It's again related to vehicle fuel sales use standards. And just to recap, the issue at hand is this Type 2 protective yard that you see on the screen. It's a use standard for vehicle fuel sales uses. Those uses are permitted in 4 zoning districts: NX, CX, IX, and DX. Just wanted to point out that the protective yard that you saw there was just one of several use standards, and there are other examples listed on the screen here, although these only apply in the NX district, which is the least intense district, one most likely to be adjacent to lower density residential neighborhoods. But there are limitations on hours of operation, noise, lighting, and height limits, and also a 50-foot setback from the actual fuel pumps themselves from any residential district or use. I did just want to take a minute to talk about the neighborhood transition requirements, which are an entirely separate but related standard. And the neighborhood transition requirements do apply solely based on a parcel-to-parcel relationship. So when a parcel in a mixed-use zoning district is being developed and it is adjacent to a residential zoning district, the neighborhood transitions apply regardless of use. So it is entirely possible that even for a gas station or fuel sales use where the protective yard would not apply based on the result of this text change, the neighborhood transitions would. And they include They do include 3 zones. Zone A does include a protective yard, and you can see the options there on the right of varying width anywhere from 10 to 50 feet, depending on whether a wall or a fence is used, and then the density of landscaping that's installed as well. Zones B and C are just further setback and height limitations that apply to a total depth of 100 feet into the property. And as proposed, again, this is an external text change request being proposed that the Type 2 protective yard that you saw there would only be required when the fuel pump island is within 100 feet of a residential district or use. So standard today is it applies
regardless of distance. The proposal is that would only apply within 100 feet. Wanted to point out just a few other distance requirements that we have for other uses in the code. You recently approved TC 1320, which was related to outdoor seating for bars in the annex district, and that ordinance included a 100-foot separation from outdoor seating to any adjacent residential dwelling. The tow yards text change has not been adopted yet, but has been authorized and is under Planning Commission review. Does propose a 150-foot distance requirement from any tow yard to a residential use. And standards for outdoor animal care require 150-foot separation from the property line where you have structures that are housing animals or dogs. And so this map shows what staff has found to be approximately 33 of these vehicle sales uses that are both in mixed-use districts and adjacent to either a residential use or district. So these are existing uses to which this text change would apply. Of those, there's approximately 15 that are zoned NX, approximately 15 that are zoned CX, and 3 that are zoned IX. As far as lot characteristics go, none of them are less than 100 feet deep. About 19 of them are between 100 and 250 feet deep, and 14 of them are greater than 250 feet deep. And then just a few examples of existing gas stations. So this is at the intersection of Falls of Noose Road and Honeycutt Road. You'll see here, this is a gas station in a CX zoning adjacent to the R1 zoning to the north. So the neighborhood, this is a scenario where the neighborhood transitions would apply here, regardless of the use on that property where the gas station is located. In addition to that, if the text change were adopted as proposed, since it's more than 100 feet away, that additional standard of the type 2 protective yard would not be required here. And then depending on the exact distance there, again, if you went with the 250-foot standard, whether that was actually 249 or 251, would determine whether that type 2 yard would be required for a 250-foot standard as well. And this is just to give you some context looking into the site. Here's one more on Hillsborough Street. You can see this is an NX zoning adjacent to some vacant lots that are either R6 or R10 behind there. So again, a scenario where a neighborhood transition would apply regardless of whether a gas station was here. And again, if the 100-foot distance were used as proposed, the type 2 yard would not be required here either. And that's looking into the site with the vacant residential property to the left. And one final example, so this is a scenario where you have all mixed-use zoning. So these properties are all zoned NX, the gas station and the adjacent residentially used parcels. So I apologize, the dimensions didn't make it onto this graphic, but the parcel to the southwest there is an existing small apartment building. It's about 90 feet away from the fuel station. So, you know, under the less than 100-foot standard, the type 2 protective yard would apply there. The apartment building to the west is about 140 feet away. So depending on whether you went with a 100-foot standard or a 250-foot standard or somewhere in between, would dictate whether it's required there. Since this is all mixed-use zoning, this is a scenario where the neighborhood transitions would not apply at all. So depending on the standard of that on that western property line, there may or may not be any screening required between the gas station and that apartment building to the west. So I know I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions. I know the applicant has a few more visual examples if you want to hear from them, but I'm certainly happy to try and answer any questions you might have.
Councilmember Melton?
Yeah, so I wasn't at the meeting where this was discussed. I'm just, if someone could fill me in, I'm confused why this received a unanimous planning commission approval, but then I guess as a group, we decided to hold it and ask for changes. I'm trying to understand where the need for the changes are coming from. What were the concerns and what do we hope to accomplish by doing something different than what came through the public process? Did anybody hear me or was I muted?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay.
I was waiting for the mayor to recognize Councilman Cox.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, okay. Councilmember Cox.
Yes, well, there's a couple of reasons. First of all, the current standard is that the protective yard is required regardless of distance. So the question is 100 yards too close or 100 feet too close to the residential areas, or could we do something a little bit further away? The request originally was generated by Harris Teeter, who was interested in expanding fuel sales in the city of Raleigh. Of course, expanding fuel sales kind of is contradictory to our carbon reduction emission goals. But be that as it may, I'm always in favor of greater protections for residential areas. And so one of the options that we came up with at the last meeting was, well, rather than 100 feet, would 250 feet be acceptable? And as I understand it, it would be acceptable because in many of these locations where Harris Teeter is interested in having fuel sales, the proposed sites for the fuel pumps are more than 250 feet away from residential. So it would not negatively impact their plans, and it still provides protections to the residential areas that is comparable to what we have today, but it still allows the applicant to be able to go forward without that protective yard. So Councilmember Branch proposed a 250-foot compromise. I thought that was a good idea, and that's what I support going forward with this proposal.
Any other questions of staff? I just want to thank you for coming back with a much more comprehensive view of this. The mapping really helped me understand what some of whether there were any unintended consequences, and also just the number of properties impacted. So thank you for that. So we have held this. Does anybody want to make a motion? Or have we closed? I don't know if I closed the hearing yet. Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. I spoke with the applicant, and I think staff just said they're on the line and maybe have some additional, more detailed information. I'd like to hear from them. I don't know if time's run out. We need to add some more time, but if the person who requested this could have a few minutes to tell us a little more detail, I'd like to hear that.
Okay. Beth, if we could get them on the phone.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Matthew Carpenter with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant. Also on the call and available for questions are Garrett Moravets, Harris Teeter, and Megan Fitzsimmons and Timmy Horn. To answer Councilmember Melton's questions, this need arose. Harris Teeter has been building, small vehicle fuel sales kiosks in existing shopping centers, and so it's kind of offering an opportunity to redevelop, older strip malls and add a convenience for shoppers. And so at the November 2nd meeting, the Mayor Baldwin asked for us to confer with staff and to come back with some more information on why we've used the 100 feet as the measurement and on the effect of the request on existing gas stations. So if we could go ahead and move to slide 6, I'll jump to that. The one right before that, sorry. One more. Yep. So this slide shows the existing Exxon station at the corner of St. Mary's and Peace Street, diagonal from Broughton High School. And this example shows how the new language will be more restrictive than the current UDO in some situations. Here you have an Exxon on the corner, and directly to the south is a bar and restaurant. And then to the south of that is the St. Mary's Square Apartments. And so if you measure 100 feet from the fuel pump island, you actually hit the St. Mary's Square Apartments. So a buffer here would be required in the green area, even though the property is not adjacent to any residential use. And so that's changing the application. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So this slide illustrates why we were hesitant to agree to the 250-foot measurement, because in more urban locations like this, you can imagine if there were a large commercial use to the south of the Exxon, and then apartments adjacent to it to the south, and you measured 250 feet from the fuel pump island, then it's triggering the vehicle fuel sales buffer requirement, even though what we've got is two commercial uses adjacent to each other. And so the reason we wanted to use 100 feet is to avoid these sort of unintended consequences across the city. And I think the Planning Commission recognized that at the public hearing. And so with that, I'd like to thank everyone for their time, and we're available for any further questions.
Okay, are there any additional questions? Councilmember Cox?
Yes, I mean, I appreciate that the example showed commercial, but so my question for staff is, even though that it might be zoned CX or NX, I mean, isn't that a residential use for those apartments?
No, I'm sorry, to clarify, Councilmember Cox, I was just using a made-up example overlaid on top of the Exxon station to show, if that were a commercial use, that would be viewed. It is a residential use now.
It is a residential use, right? And if it was a commercial use and it was all one property, then yes, you would be within 250 feet of a residential use. And so I think that, to me, is acceptable. To me, that does provide added protection to the residential areas. And the protective yard is primarily a wall with some vegetation, and I think that kind of protection would be acceptable to most people in this city.
Any other questions for
my
staff?
position is to be more conservative and vote in favor of the 250 feet to provide added protections to our residents, whether they live in single-family homes or in apartments.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Councilmember Branch?
Not a question, but I just want to make sure that, my interpretation is clear here, and if staff can help me. With our current policy, if there's redevelopment at a service station next to residential, regardless if it's 5 feet or 5,000 feet, they are currently required to do a protective yard with a wall. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So with that being the case, the only thing we're doing is bringing in our current policy. So that was the reason 250 was a compromise I came up with to try to move this forward. But I wanted that to be clear that, the only thing we're changing, instead of it being out there where you have to do it regardless, we're actually putting a distance in it, and maybe later we change it. But I mean, based on the numbers that staff gave, there's only 30 that is impacting. Of that, 14 will still be free and clear. I'm ready to move forward. My motion is going to be 250. I say we move forward, we vote, and it falls where it falls.
Now I'll second that motion.
Okay, made by Councilmember Branch, seconded by Councilmember Cox. All in favor? Councilmember Buffkin, you have a question?
Oh, well, I'm going to make a comment. I think the 100 is the better approach, and what my concern is, this is desirable activity. This redevelopment makes for nicer spaces. It's more convenient for people who are shopping, and I don't want to put up roadblocks for it. So I'll vote no on 250 and vote for 100 as it was originally presented.
Would you like to make
If I may,
motion?
I could certainly do that, and I'll just add one more thing, if I may. Mr. Branch said if it's not the right number, we could change it. But we've got a text change in front of us that, I'm sure has been in process for months and months and months. Meanwhile, the redevelopment plans are being held up. So it's not such an easy thing to just change the number, at least in my mind.
If I may, for this project, it won't impact it. They can still move forward with 250 and not have to do a wall because they're 500 feet from residential.
Can staff confirm that, please?
I would defer to the applicant to answer that, but everything they've indicated to date and that's shown us has been that the proposed, obviously this text change would apply globally citywide, but the example that drove the request, the applicant showed a site plan where the proposed gas station was almost nearly 500 feet from the property line.
That's correct, Justin. We're okay with 250 feet for our project, but we were, trying to look out for existing sites, not create too many nonconformities. So.
Councilmember Buffkin, would you like to make a substitute motion?
Well, Mayor, I'm actually not. It's not clear to me where we are. We got a consistency statement in our agenda materials that hadn't been read. So I think procedurally this is the main motion, which I'm glad to make if you're ready to take it.
We have a motion and a second for 250 feet, but if you want to make a substitute motion, please read the consistency statement and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 16, 2021, contained in the agenda materials and approve the zoning text amendment.
Do we have a second of the substitute motion?
This is for the 100 feet?
Yes.
A second.
Okay, we will vote on that then. All in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, that appears 4 votes.
Mayor?
Can I ask just for formal direction, who's opposed? So let's see. We have Mr. Knight who is not here. So that is 3 for 3. And Councilor Buffkin, you wanted to?
Well, a question for you, Mayor. I'm not sure Mr. Knight was excused from this meeting, and I believe his vote should be counted as yes, and the motion just passed.
Excuse me, I had that same question. Mr. Knight had said he had to leave the meeting at 4:45, and you would talk about it later, but I'm not sure he's been officially excused, but I was wondering if you had planned to make that determination as you did with Mr. Branch when he left, that he would be excused. We do need clarification on that, I think.
City Attorney?
Yeah, you have to have 5 votes, as you know, to pass anything. And if he was not excused, then he is a yes vote. The other thing I suppose you could do is see if you can get him to when he left, he gave the impression that he might come back. Isn't that correct?
No, I think he was speaking somewhere. And when he notified us he was leaving, I kind of took that as a excused absence.
Okay, well, I guess one thing you could do is go ahead and clarify that and vote on him being excused, in which case then it would have to come back and wouldn't pass without the fifth vote.
Well, it doesn't pass anyway. Either way.
Unless he's a yes, which would mean only if he wasn't excused. So you may want to clarify with the, you may want to clarify with a vote of council that he was excused previously. Or you're saying that that he was absent and excused, Mayor?
Well, here's the thing. I should have said right then and there he would be excused when he left, as I did for Councilmember Branch. And I did not. I just made the assumption that he was excused. So you tell me, because right now this is legal. Like, it's more about the legality.
Okay, if you can hold on 1 minute. Right now, I don't think that it's clear that we have 5 votes, so I think that the best thing to do would be to put in a remote meeting, if communication is even lost, it's a yes vote. So I think right now we're at a position where if he's not here, it's a yes, and it's probably approved at 100 feet, although he's actually may be able to get back on. He's actually trying to get in right now.
Well, here's the thing that makes me uncomfortable, though. He is trying to get in now, but he hasn't heard what we just heard.
Correct.
So he doesn't have the full.
Madam Mayor, can we let's just go ahead and move this to next week's special items and the next meeting special items, and we can go from there. My question though to the applicant, because we have not changed our policy. Or here's the other idea. We could vote 250, get it going so the applicant can move forward. Then if someone wants to come back at a later meeting and make adjustments, work with the legal team, you can go from there. But we have an applicant that's stuck right now.
If he's not excused and he's not on the screen, then he is technically a yes. And I don't know that if it's abundantly clear whether either of those things are a definitive yes or not.
Well, as I said, I did not do what I did with Councilor Branch, was formally say he was excused. So that is my fault. I did not do that. So clearly I'm looking at it, trying to look at it from a legal eye. He was not excused.
Okay, I think you can make, go ahead, you can make a motion. Go ahead, Patrick.
Well, I was going to suggest this. Let's first, I'll make a motion to excuse Mr. Knight relating back to when he left the meeting, and we'll just bring this back in 2 weeks and see if we can work it out.
I'm on the call. I'm on here. I don't know if sorry about that. You may not have known.
Okay, Councilmember Knight, we are in the midst of talking about the vehicle fuel sales use standards. And what has happened, we got a full report from staff and the applicant on this issue. Councilor Branch made a motion to include this at 250 feet. I don't know if you recall the discussion from 2 weeks ago. And that was seconded by Councilmember Cox. Councilmember Buffkin made a motion to approve the 100 feet. and that was seconded by Councilor Melton. It was a four votes in favor of the 100 feet, 3 votes in favor, or 3 votes against. We did not vote yet on Councilmember Branch's 250 feet number. The question was, when you said you were leaving, I never formally excused you. So the question was whether your vote counted as a yes. And so that was my fault. I don't know where you are on this issue, though, or you did not have the benefit of seeing the presentation by staff. But if you, I'm going to leave
I'd
this
rather
to you.
pretend like I didn't come back.
What?
Pretend like I didn't come back.
I think you can still retroactively excuse him for the time he wasn't there and let that, which is what we were talking about to begin with, and then bring it back, but have the applicant make the presentation, maybe re-up in the public hearing and let him make his presentation again at the next meeting. Or I suppose you could do it right now if you wanted to, but you may not want to do that.
Well, Madam Mayor, keep in mind, he's not on camera, so the public's not seeing. So I don't know what that.
Councilmember Knight, could you put your video on, please? Are you able to do that?
Yes.
This just gets better. So
he doesn't have to be seen as long as he can be heard and he's identified himself.
Okay. Councilmember Knight, let me ask you this. Do you know where you fall on this issue? Do you have strong feelings one way or another?
I do not have strong feelings one way or the other, but between
Mayor, respectfully, I think Patrick had a really good way forward.
I'm trying to get some feedback from Councilmember Knight, and I would shut off your video if that's okay.
I'm speaking. Can you not hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. I said I do not have a strong feeling. The choice is between 100 and 250. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Without hearing the presentation and y'all's conversation, I'd rather not have to vote between one or the other.
Okay. Then let's, as Councilmember Buffkin said, if you will make the motion, Councilmember Buffkin, to excuse him, and then we'll bring this back. Now, I've closed the public hearing. Do I have to reopen this?
If you want the presentation to be again, which I think is where we're going. For the record, you can't pass anything without well, we've already been there, but yeah, you would have to reopen it again if you want to hear the presentation again.
My preference would be that Mr. Knight be briefed by staff so he knows what we know. This would be the third presentation we've all sat through. So the hearing is closed. Let's ask staff to brief Mr. Knight, Councilmember Knight. And then Councilmember Buffkin, can you make a motion, please?
I move that Councilmember Knight be excused from voting relating back to the time he departed from our meeting today.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Raise your hands. Any opposition? Okay, thank you. And then the second part would be bringing this back to us. We don't need a motion for that. It would just be brought to us under special items. Correct, Robin?
Gail is raising her hand. I just want to make sure she gets to say whatever she says.
I just wanted to clarify that Mr. Buffkin's motion was to excuse Mr. Knight from the time he left the meeting and on all items thereafter.
Until now that he's returned.
And there were 5 votes for everything during that time, but for this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this will come back to us. And then, as we said, if we could get staff to brief Councilmember Knight, that would be appreciated. Councilmember Cox?
It's pretty obvious to me that there are not 5 votes for the 250 feet, but I think procedurally, we have a motion and a second still on the table. So I think we have to at least vote on that.
Okay.
And if you do that, make sure that you incorporate the consistency statement in that vote.
Let me go.
I don't think you have to read it, just incorporate it.
Okay. We'll incorporate the consistency statement with the proviso that the distance is 250 feet.
Yes, I made the original motion, yes.
So since this was made when Councilor Knight was not here, does he vote or not? He does not vote. Okay, Councilmember Branch has made that motion, seconded by Councilmember Cox. All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, that fails 3-4. Okay, we're clear what we're doing next time. Thank you. Going forward, I'm going to ask anybody before they leave the meeting just to raise your hand and say, I'm leaving the meeting now, and that way you can be formally excused so we don't have this happen again. Thank you. Next is comprehensive.
I apologize for that.
No, David, my mistake. I did it with when Mr. Branch had said he needed to be excused, so that was my fault. I apologize for that. Okay, next we have comprehensive plan amendment CP 421, missing middle housing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason
No one
Harden,
has signed
City.
up to speak for or against this, so let's have a very brief presentation, please.
Certainly. Jason Harden, Planning and Development. I will be brief. This is a companion piece to the very recent TC 520, which legalized missing middle housing types in multiple zoning districts, and it provides more policy support within the comprehensive plan and future land use map than currently exists for those types. I think Council is very familiar with the concept of missing middle. For the benefit of those who are watching, these are traditional housing types, duplexes, triplexes, similar forms that provide more housing affordability and housing choice. Many of these are in older neighborhoods across the city, many also in newer neighborhoods as well, and the recent text change paves the way for more of these to be built in the future. They do have benefits with respect to affordability and sustainability. As land values increase, the detached housing type is the most expensive. Spreading the cost of land over more units allows each unit to be less expensive than they would be as a standalone detached house. They have sustainability, carbon emissions benefits. They're more energy efficient. They share walls and or ceilings, more inherently efficient. They are also likely to be built in places, again, where land values are rising, which are likely to be walkable places where more trips are on foot or bike or transit. So the proposed amendment here, the primary provisions address that future land use map language to better support these types in the currently low density residential and moderate density residential future land use map categories. That's the primary change here. There are also some narrative changes, a modification to table LU2, which provides height guidance, and some related additional policies. The reason why this is significant is the future land use map. These categories cover a large portion of the city, and these are areas that the recent text change allowed these types, and so there's a little bit of a of a misalignment between the policy and the current regulation. This is what would be called low scale residential. The primary idea here, the primary idea of missing middle housing is not regulating on density so much, but on scale and rhythm and form. A duplex is essentially the same as a detached house, and that's what the text change recognized. That's what the comp plan amendment here proposed recognizes, and essentially aligns this, as it currently is, with the R2 and R4 and R6 zoning districts. Similarly, with moderate scale, it would become moderate scale rather than density residential. That currently has a very specific density requirement, which would be removed and replaced with language that supports missing middle housing types that follow the existing scale and precedents, and that's linked up with zoning districts, again, that again exist in these areas, R6, R10, even RX3, with some controls that address building mass. That's the primary thrust of this. I have a few other slides. This set of amendments also addresses some other recent text changes, the text change around the transit overlay district and recent planning around transit. So that would permit what this now also supports with policy, some slightly taller buildings in that moderate scale residential category near these higher levels of transit provision. Some narrative changes. One policy, LU 8.5, currently talks about conservation of single-family neighborhoods. Again, very specific about the density and household type to something that supports that same neighborhood scale and rhythm, but doesn't necessarily base it on a specific housing type. A new policy, zoning for opportunity and choice, that proactively states that having more neighbors is not a bad thing in a growing city like Raleigh that continues to attract people for opportunity and for the fact that it's a welcoming, diverse city. Some added language to a current policy, LU 4.7, capitalizing on transit access to also recognize the frequent transit network and not just bus rapid transit. A revised flag lot policy to support cottage courts and other missing middle housing types. And this is the last slide. More technical wording changes. So again, some density to scale in a couple of instances, removing a reference to an ADU overlay regulation that's no longer operative, adding more language to greenhouse gas reduction, an existing policy that spells out more clearly what's intended and helps meet the intent of council's goal of reducing carbon emissions by 80%. And then adding some policies that, as these missing middle housing types begin to be added over time, particularly in specific neighborhoods, making sure that there are investments in infrastructure, and particularly sidewalks and walkability as that occurs. So that's the last slide I have. Try to be quick, but happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Hey, thank you so much. Do we have any questions for staff? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
So moved. I don't think there's a consistency statement.
Seconded by Councilmember Branch. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Clerk passes 7-1 with Councilmember Cox in opposition. Thank you. Okay, thank you, staff, for getting us through that. Next, we have committee reports. First is EDI.
No report. I had previously announced a meeting next Tuesday. Not next Tuesday. Yes, next Tuesday. I have that meeting, so there'll be no EDI meeting this month. The item we have is the Downtown Raleigh Alliance Public Realm Study. The only pertinent item that needed to be addressed with us, we handled today as a full council. It was expanding the outdoor seating. There's nothing pertinent that staff is ready to present to us as we continue our work on the Public Realm Study, so we will take that up at a future meeting. So no EDI committee meeting this month.
Okay, and I had also asked earlier that food truck ordinance be referred to EDI.
That's right. So that is now pending, and we will give staff a little bit of time to get that ready to present to us at our next meeting.
Okay, thank you. GNR.
Thank you. We have our next meeting on Tuesday, November 23rd at 4 p.m. virtual meeting. We have the one item in committee, Wild and Exotic Animals Draft Ordinance, and we will be discussing that.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Safe, vibrant, and healthy communities. We will be meeting on the 23rd at 11:30. And we have on the agenda one item, and that's the rezoning that was referred there. And transportation and transit.
No meeting, no pending items.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have the report from the mayor and city council. I'm going to start with Councilmember Knight.
Do that, didn't you? Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have one issue to bring forward, if you don't mind. I'd like to read this. It has not been a common practice since I've been on council to send rezoning cases to city council committees. However, this has come up more frequently in recent months. I'm concerned that this could become a more common practice and could cause delays for cases that do not necessarily need further review by a council committee. I do agree there may be circumstances where it could be helpful for a council committee to review and make recommendations on a rezoning case. But I think we need standards or procedures that govern when this should occur. I would therefore like to ask city staff, including planning and development and the city attorney's office, to consider this question and come back to council with recommendations on which type of cases should potentially be referred to a council committee and the standards that council should apply in making those decisions.
Okay, thank you. Is that a motion, or you're just asking staff to look at this?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. That's a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I will second it. All in favor, please raise your hands.
Madam Mayor, I support that. I just want to add one thing, possibly.
Yes.
As we're talking about sending things to committee, I know there's been conversation about when things are in committee and how long they are in committee. Do we want staff to also look at what other municipalities have policies on removing things from committees, since that way we have a holistic view? Something I just thought about actually the last 24 hours. And I wanted to bring that up, if David's okay with that. Just add that item to the list where staff will also look at, what's the common practices of things being pulled out of committees by the body. I know we can do it, but I know it's not been a normal practice.
Well, I do recall on previous councils, sometimes items were in committee for a year or 2 years. So I don't think that's the intention of committee work.
Right.
So if you're okay, Councilmember Knight, with adding that suggestion to your request?
Yes, I'm fine. Yes.
Okay. There's a Councilmember Buffkin, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm not going to support this. I know the background. I know where it's coming from. And the reality is the council can do whatever the council wants with 5 votes. We don't need this. So I won't support it.
Okay, thank you. All right, there is a motion and a second on the table. All in favor, please raise your hands. So that was 4. Who's opposed? Councilmember Melton.
I think I'm having, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm having tech issues. I will vote yes. My thing's freezing up. I don't think anyone can see me. I will vote yes. So that would be 5.
Okay, I didn't see you. So, okay. So clerk, that was Councilmember Buffkin, Fort, and Cox in opposition. The remainder in favor of staff coming back to us with some research and thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say I apologize. I thought it was clear that I had to leave shortly, and I had a mural unveiling at 5 Points that I had committed to, and I just felt like I needed to do it. And I apologize for messing y'all up and messing the schedule up. But I apologize for that. That was not clear. Lastly, just a reminder, I do have Police Chief Patterson on for my listening session on December the 1st, and look forward for District E and the rest of the city coming out to hear about her plans for the police and for the future of the city. Thanks so much, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Next, Councilmember Cox.
Yes. Earlier this year, Raleigh joined NOAA in a project to map urban heat inequities. I've had a request from a citizen for an update on that project, and just wanted to ask staff if we could get an update on that project and find out where it is.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fort.
No report today.
Thank you. Councilmember Branch.
Yes, I actually have 3 items. The first one is I've been in conversation with elected official out of Knightdale, and I would like to, if staff is okay, and I haven't had a chance to talk to Pat Young about this yet, but I would like to schedule a meeting with our planning represent Pat, as well as working with the representative from Knightdale and their planning department to just discuss some of the growth and impacts that are having with Southeast Raleigh and Knightdale, Hodge Road in particular. So it would just be the first initial meeting, talk, discuss things, and everything will always, again, come back to the full council if we need to act or do anything. But I would like to, if council's okay, to go ahead and set that initial meeting up with them.
Councilmember Branch, I had the same conversation with Mayor Day as well. And with the understanding that a lot of what's happening in both areas, even though separate municipalities, were impacting each other. So she agreed that that would be a good topic of conversation. So thank you for helping to move that forward. Okay,
thank you. The second thing I have is there will be a District C meeting, virtual meeting this Thursday. Guest speakers actually from the NAACP, the Raleigh Apex branch, to talk about the things that they're doing in the community to move things forward. I will also give an update on some items that residents have asked about in the district. And my last thing that I have is that we didn't have it last year, but we have it this year. I'm pulling in my inner councilman from I just lost his name. I'm sorry, but y'all know who I'm talking about when I say this. The Raleigh Christmas Parade is Saturday. We haven't had it in a year, so I ask everyone, please, those that do celebrate Christmas and the holidays, please come out. I know it's outside, but please protect yourself. Wear a mask when all possible. To protect each other, and just look forward to us having an ability to celebrate it. And, you know, I'm looking forward to it because it will be my daughter's first Raleigh Christmas parade. So definitely I want to get that out, and hopefully we all can get back in the open, free spirit of supporting each other.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of Council, you will recall we have recently adopted a new park naming policy that accommodates in-kind and philanthropic gifts. I recently had a conversation with the Chair and Vice Chair of the Parks Board, and they expressed an interest in furthering this policy with additional resources after additional conversation with people affected, including our Parks Department. I've come tonight to ask that you authorize staff to have some conversation with the City of Oaks Foundation, Parks Department, Parks Board about this idea, and bring to council for consideration, either in the short term or as part of our budget process, how we might allocate resources to City of Oaks Foundation to support philanthropic efforts and promote public-private partnerships in our parks. So that's my motion, to authorize staff to have that conversation and to bring a recommendation back to us.
Okay. Is that a motion? I believe, okay, it's been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Councilmember Fort is opposed. The remainder have voted yes. Clerk. Okay. Next we have, and are you done, Councilmember Buffkin? Okay, thank you. Next we have Councilmember Melton.
No report. I probably couldn't give one anyway because my mic and camera keep going out. So nothing today.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
I have no report also, but I just want to mention that Councilmember Branch, I think you were referring to Councilmember Dickie Thompson. Yeah. He always brought up the holiday cheer and the things that brought us together as a community. So I appreciate you bringing his spirit forward. It's awesome.
And Councilmember Odom works on the parade and has for years. So little bit of joy there. And yes, we do have the parade, the tree lighting on Friday, the menorah lighting on Monday, a lot going on, the ice rink opening. You know, I hope that's the start of a joyous season downtown. I have one question for staff. As we look at our parks bond, I wanted to know if we have ever conducted a parks equity study.
To my knowledge, Mayor, we have not done a comprehensive equity study. When asked the question, we pulled some data together just in a report, but not a formal equity study.
Okay, because there have been like a lot of different numbers thrown out there, whatnot, and I would just like to see if we could do this from a fact-based kind of way to look at equity and how we have moved forward, what we need to do, where the focus areas are, what we have focused on. I think it would be really helpful to have his background. I don't know what would go into such a study, but if you could take a look at that and perhaps, you know, bring that back to us in the city manager's report and let us know what it might take.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's all on report from mayor and city council. Clerk, next we start appointments.
Yes, the first item is the Arts Commission. You have 2 vacancies. Councilmember Buffkin nominated Nita Escamel and Carl Wilkins, so they will be on the next agenda. The Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 vacancy. Philip Lynn received 2 votes. Kathy Riviere received 4 votes. So that will be on the next agenda.
Excuse me, clerk, I'm sorry. I wanted to point out for our fellow council members, Mr. Lynn had applied for a community position, and this is for a professional position on this board. And so I think there's been some confusion there. And then I did not see a nomination form or an interest form from Ms. Rivera. So just wanted to flag those 2 things for our council members.
Okay, if we could have the clerk's office look at that. I believe I forwarded her resume to you all. I'm not sure if that has made it back to the full council or not.
Okay, we will check it out. I honestly don't know at this point, but we'll check it out. The next is the Human Relations Commission, 1 vacancy for a youth member. No nominations. The Human Relations Commission, you have 2 alternate vacancies. Councilmember Buffkin nominated Judy Tardif. So that will be on the next agenda. The next item is the Raleigh Transit Authority. You have one vacancy for an alternate member. Kevin Martin received 5 votes. Councilmember Buffkin had nominated someone, so it is up to you as to whether you want to suspend the rules and appoint Mr. Martin, or if you want to hold it over for a vote next time.
Which one is this?
The Transit Authority, one alternate vacancy.
And Councilmember Buffkin, who did you
Well,
nominate?
I think that this position, they were seeking a legal background.
Yes, I believe that is one of the skill sets that they had said they needed, yes.
So my nominee rather fits that background, and the person who got 5 votes, I don't think does. But that was why I made the nomination.
So so you made the nomination.
There's one vacancy, and Kendall Martin had been nominated previously. Mr. Martin received 5 votes on the ballot. The ballot submitted by Mr. Buffkin had a write-in candidate, Christopher Pereira.
Okay, whenever we have somebody who is a write-in, we always forward it to the next meeting. So I'm kind of confused.
The fact that you had one candidate that received 5 votes, it's up to you as to whether you wanted to carry it over or you wanted to take action on the one who received 5 votes. It's been done both ways.
I've never seen it done the other way. I've always seen it done where if there was a nomination made, then it carried over.
Okay. That's fine. We will put it on the next agenda with the 2 nominees. Is that correct?
Wait,
yes.
Wait, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Just for my clarity, it takes 5 votes for someone to be appointed. If that's the case, Mr. Hendrick, Mr. Martin has received 5 votes. So I'm thinking that person is appointed.
When we have had somebody nominated in the past and they've received 5 votes, we have brought it back and said, we have moved it forward. That's how we've done it in the...
No. The nomination was added in on the ballot.
Yeah.
Martin was already on the ballot.
Right, but he made a nomination for consideration for the future.
Got you. For the future. I got you.
Melton? Councilmember Melton?
I think wires are getting crossed. I think what asking us is if we wanted to vote to suspend the rules and basically say, hey, I know Mr. Martin got 5. Now we have another person in consideration. Let's vote not to appoint Mr. Martin and do another vote next meeting. I think that's what Gail was asking us if we wanted to do it. Robin shaking her head yes. I'm fine to make that motion if we want to consider both candidates. Maybe having 2 on the ballot may affect people's votes may change. And it sounds like maybe one of them actually has the skill set that the board was looking for. So I'm fine to suspend the rules and to carry this.
Make the motion then.
To the so moved.
Seconded by Councilmember Buffkin. All in favor? Please raise your hands to suspend the rules. Who's opposed? Councilmember Stewart, you're opposed? Are you opposed?
I think that Mr. Martin should move forward.
Okay, so you're opposed, and Councilmember Branch, you are opposed. All right, those were the 2 oppositions. The rest were in favor of opening this for the next ballot.
So to be clear, on the next week, we will have Mr. Martin and Councilmember Buffkin's candidate, and we will vote between the 2 of them.
Yes.
The vote was to suspend the rules.
Yes. Got it. Thank you.
And if we could please get the resume for Councilmember Buffkin's candidate and his district, I would appreciate it.
Okay, the next item is the Stormwater Management Advisory Commission. You have one vacancy. There have been no nominations. So that is all for the appointments. Under nomination, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, you have one vacancy as the term of Susan Haskell is expiring, and she is not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. So that's open for nominations.
Do we have any nominations? And I think what would be helpful is if we know what skill sets the board is looking for.
I think it's included in your agenda packet, but I'll include it in the next agenda packet. Okay, the next item is the Board of Adjustment. You have one vacancy. The term of Rodney Swink is expiring. He is eligible for reappointment and would like to be considered for reappointment.
I will make, okay, Council, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Move for reappointment.
Make the motion. Okay, I will second. All in favor? Please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. That passes unanimously, Clerk.
The next item is the Electrical Examining Board. This is sort of an unusual board that usually administration goes out and seeks people from the various categories that have to be represented. We have the 5 persons with the specific backgrounds and employment. Staff recommends the reappointment of Reuben Copeland, Adam Carrington, and Richard Moore, and the appointment of Greg Whitney and David Whitney. I think I included in the agenda packet the background, and one represents the public utility, one represents the gas company, and this kind of thing. So the recommendation is to confirm staff's recommendation and appoint these 5 people.
Okay, do we have a motion? Councilmember Melton? Do we have a second?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, Clerk.
Okay, the next item is the Fair House and Hearing Board. You have one vacancy. You recently appointed Raquel Rogers to the Fair House and Hearing Board. However, she chose to move out of town before she could become an official member. Tried to talk her into staying, but anyway, you have one vacancy for consideration. The next item is the Planning Commission. The term of Blaney Jean Miller is expiring. She is eligible for reappointment and would like to be considered for reappointment, and you received her attendance record in your agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Move for reappointment.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Melton is seconded. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk.
Okay. The next item is the Raleigh-Durham Airport Authority. You have one vacancy as the term of Seppi is expiring. She is eligible for reappointment and would like to be considered for reappointment.
Councilmember Melton? Is that a nomination?
I move to reappoint.
Okay, I will second that. All in favor, please raise your hands. Is anyone opposed? Councilmember Cox is opposed. The rest voted yes. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is the Raleigh Transit Authority. You have 3 vacancies as the term of Tupelo. Oh, I'll murder this one. Omeke, I think, Karen Ringe and Nathan Spencer are expiring. All are eligible for reappointment and all would like to be considered for reappointment, and you received their attendance record in the agenda packets.
Councilmember Melton,
Move to reappoint.
All three?
Yes. Yes.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
The next item is the Appearance Commission. As you recall, you recently adopted a text change that reconfigured the membership on the Appearance Commission to have regular members and alternate members, and made appointments, but you have some that you need to fill in. And the first is an appearance, that one vacancy for a regular member. The council had appointed Candace Andre on the recommendation of the commission, but she does not wish to be considered for the new position. So you have one vacancy for a regular member on that board. And also on the Appearance Commission and this reconfiguration and reset up, you approved 6 alternate members, and you have filled 2 of those slots with existing members. So you have 4 vacancies, and this relates to terms of present members who are expiring and they do not wish to be considered for reappointment. So you have 1 regular member and 4 alternates on the Appearance Commission. And that's all I have. Yes, excuse me.
Sorry, I don't want to complicate it, but did you say we only currently have 1 regular member on the Appearance Commission right now?
No, 1 vacancy for a regular member.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure they're still able to work while we're. Okay.
No, you appointed 8 members. Well, you
Okay.
actually appointed 9 members at the last meeting, but Miss Andre could not serve. So you have 1 vacancy for a regular member and 4 for alternate members. The Appearance Commission is working and they're fine, but we need to fill out the slate under the new configuration.
Councilmember Branch?
Yeah, Madam Clerk, I'm looking at the background material. Is there, at the next meeting, if we have 4 vacancies, but I see 6 names, can you remove whoever shouldn't be there?
Yes.
So that way, that'll give us clarity.
Right. On the backup material, you will see 4 terms that are expiring. Those people are continued until you replace them, but I will mark them so you can see them better for the next.
Right, because it lists alternate members. And let me ask this question. Do our alternate members here work in the same capacity as they do for alternate members on other boards?
No.
Are they just there so that make sure they have quorum?
No, sir. It's my understanding, and we might need the attorney on this, but it's my understanding the regular members will hear quasi-judicial decisions on site plans and this type thing. The 15 members would hear regular Appearance Commission issues. The alternates, if there is a conflict on one of the quasi-judicial items, an alternate would step up and automatically fill that position. There could be conflicts due to where the project is or the involvement of the project, but
so they're only alternates for quasi-judicial hearings. So can we work on the wording somehow? I don't know how you fix it, but that way we don't get it confused with other boards that have alternate members. Examples, the Raleigh Transit Authority. They have 2 alternate members, but they don't vote until they're a full member.
Correct. I understand. And the text change spells it out, but I will make sure that it's easier for you to understand.
Gotcha. And I think it's easier for the people watching as well.
Correct.
And that's
Correct.
who I'm thinking about.
We can help with that. You may remember we had to do it this way because we couldn't get a quorum for a quasi judicial. So
Right.
We'll help with the wording.
Yep. Clerk, do you know who the 4 people are who do not want to be reappointed?
I don't have my list. The 2 that want to be reappointed is Jake Levitas and hold just a minute, please. One second, I got it right here. The 4 alternates would have been Catherine Hogan, get this, Bernard Thaxton, Jake Levitas, Catherine Hogan, William Dodge, and Corey Mason. Mr. Mason does not wish to be considered for reappointment. Mr. Dodge does not wish to be considered for reappointment. Ms. Hogan does not wish to be considered for reappointment, nor does Chad Parker.
Okay, thank you.
But on the backup in the next agenda, we will just list the 2 who have already been reappointed, and you will need to make nominations for 4 people, 4 alternate members and 1 for a regular member.
Okay, thank you.
And I do hope I'm through.
Thank you. You are for the moment.
Okay.
Report and recommendation of the city attorney.
I don't have a report today, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, report and recommendation of the city clerk.
Okay, I am back on again. The first item I have is the local government retention schedules. I included some information in your agenda backup. The North Carolina State Department of Archives and History local governments approved records retention and disposition schedules for all local governments. And in order for the city to be compliant in disposing of any records, we adopt this records retention schedule. This is a new schedule that's come out. It's pretty routine, but we do need to adopt the new schedule. And at the same time, the division is also conducting virtual classes so that hopefully we can get all of our employees on the same track. And as I tell them, I hope I don't see those big green trash cans in the hall where people are just throwing their files out. They need to follow the records and records retention schedule and obey the law. But the first step is for you to consider adopting the new schedules.
Okay, do we have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart has made the motion. Do we have a second? Councilmember Branch is seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, passes unanimously, clerk. Next is the minutes.
And you received in your agenda packet minutes of the November 2 regular session for consideration of adoption.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart has made the motion. Do we have a second? Councilmember Branch is seconded. All in favor? Thank you. Right, next we have a closed session motion.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Before we go to that item, I just want to, I've had a chance to reflect on Councilmember Buffkin's motion during council concerns, and I believe that from my perspective, I haven't thought that issue through well enough yet, so I would like to change my vote to a no at this time.
That was unanimous.
For the record.
Or
For the
no,
record.
Councilmember Fort was in opposition. So we change it. Councilmember Fort and Councilmember Cox are now in opposition. Clerk?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, a motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege. GS 143-318-11A2 to prevent disclosure of an honorary degree, scholarship prize, or similar award. And GS 143-318-11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer, employee, or prospective public officer or employee. So moved. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's unanimous, Clerk. Okay, we will now go into closed session. Street.